All right, folks, I'm Tanya Iser, an investigative reporter here at Channel 8, and we're back. And frankly, I'm shocked we're back. If you had told me that this jury would deliberate for 7.5 hours, including breaks, and that we would still be here on Tuesday of Christmas week, I would not have believed it. And yesterday, some of you guys said, you keep calling this a unicorn if they hang up in sentencing. And I said, oh, this can't possibly happen. But now I'm starting to think it's possible. I do have a legal guest coming on. The person I've got lined up will be here around 10 o'clock. I had to do a lot of work last night to find someone because I wasn't planning on being here today because I just believed that we would have a verdict. And yes, I am winging it. But I will be getting Rebecca on the phone, so she's going to help me. No, I'm going to have a law buddy, logician. It's just going to take a little bit of time for me to get the person here. They had to go over to Fort Worth for court, and so they'll be here. So we will have a legal guest, someone who will help us walk through and parse through the day. So I want to give a recap. I know most of you have already been following this, but where we stood was that yesterday we had closing arguments. The prosecutors made their arguments that Atatiana, that her family had already received a life sentence, and that what happened on that day in October of 2019 warranted a 20-year sentence. And then we heard from Bob Gill, who is one of the lawyers representing Aaron Dean, arguing that that the jury needed to take emotion out of it, that they needed to, take a look at this from the perspective that he'd been out on bond for 3 years, hadn't had any trouble, and they were asking for probation. And then, of course, we had Dale Smith, the prosecutor, wrapping it up. He's been the closer on all these, on all the various statements made to the jury. And he teared up as he argued that Aaron Dean deserved 20 years, that he should be given the maximum sentence. And I'm going to try to also answer questions in the chat. And so then the jury went out for deliberations. It was around, let me think, 9 o'clock. It was about 10. Yeah, it was about 10. 9:45 to 10. They go out for deliberations. And they deliberate all day, and then the only word we really received from them was that they had asked for body cam, and that they wanted the general orders. And that was, I'd say around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And then they continued to deliberate, and then we got word around 5:30 that they were taking a break for the night, and Rebecca told me they had their suitcases. She saw them leaving with their suitcases, so obviously they thought this was going to, be a situation where, they were going to stay the night. And so they originally deliberated for 13 hours to come to the decision to convict him of manslaughter. To say that I'd like to, be a fly on the wall in that jury room is an understatement, but I suspect, just an educated guess, obviously, that, okay, so I'm going to try to start keeping track of your questions, that there was during the guilt-innocence portion that they were debating on whether or not it should be manslaughter or murder. And so obviously they split the baby and went with manslaughter. Well, and I've been talking to, as I was on the hunt last night, looking for a lawyer to come on and be my partner as we head into Christmas. A number of the lawyers I was texting with and calling last night, they all said that they think that the debate is between, probation, that some want to give him probation, and that some want to give him a longer sentence. And so, a number of you have asked me, well, can a jury hang and in sentencing? And the answer is yes, they can. Now, I kept calling that a unicorn yesterday and said that I didn't think that could happen. Well, I don't know. Today, I'm kind of becoming a believer that it's possible. It would be incredibly rare for that to happen. Somebody's asking, do I think this means that they're not going to give the max sentence? Well, that's hard to say, but it seems like the max sentence is less likely for them to be out this long. It seems like, there's a real debate between whether or not what the sentence should be. So at this point, if I had to make a bet, I would bet on the low end. So D is asking me if they're hung, will he have to remain in jail? That's an interesting question. I guess his lawyers could ask for an appeal bond. When we get a legal expert on here, we'll ask that question, because we would be in my mind, in uncharted waters. And somebody, yes, logician, apparently I now believe in unicorns. You've heard it here first. The Geiger sentencing, some of you guys were asking about that, and we did some checking, and it took about an hour and a half for that jury to come to their decision on her sentence. So, this is pretty extraordinary. And in that case, the jury did make the decision. And the way sentencing works is before before the trial even starts, the defendant has to choose who they want to determine the sentence. And in most cases, a defendant wants the jury to do it, because you generally want a jury of your peers to make that decision. Law Pro wants to know, will a new jury have to come in to decide punishment? Yeah, if they hang, we'll have to see a new jury impaneled. Well, yeah, Melissa, Ryan could be my co-host. Unfortunately, Ryan began his Christmas vacation today. So we have Myra, and she's wonderful, guys. She's going to do a fantastic job for us. Ryan has showed her how to do it. Welcome to Tanya's Unicorn Show. Okay, well, we're there. We're definitely there. Okay, so why should it be any different if you're a police officer or not when it comes to sentencing? I'm not saying it shouldn't be different. Actually, what's happening is our process. It is unusual to have a jury take this long, but I would say this about the jury taking a longer amount of time. This is the process we have, and I appreciate that these jurors are taking their time, and that they are giving this the hard look that it deserves. And I know there's going to be people on either side of the divide here that are going to be unhappy. That's just the reality of this. Kathleen is asking me, do I think Dean could end up out on bond if they hang? Well, that's a really interesting question. I think that's a possibility. They could ask for an appeal bond, but that's something we'll ask when Mike Howard, who's our legal expert that'll be joining us a little bit later, those are some of the questions we will ask him. And yet, I also want to say that my vacation was supposed to start yesterday, but there's no way that I could leave my YouTube jury hanging. I just couldn't do that. So I'm here, and I will be with you guys until the bitter end. Marie, I agree with you. This is beyond taking their time. I cannot disagree with you. Elise is asking, is it true they asked for body cam video and a copy of the general orders yesterday? Yes, they asked for that. I think it was around 3 o'clock. Am I a friend of the Deans? No, I am not a friend of the Deans. I do not know them. I have never met them. And so no, don't know them. Is this timing about their emotions over, Dee, I don't know. It's really, juries are funny things. Every time I've thought that I know what a jury is thinking and why they're doing. Am I friends with anyone, Keith? No. No, I have friends. I'm just kidding. Rebecca's one of my friends. I mean, Rebecca and I, we go back 20 years. I was a Dallas Morning News reporter when we met many, many years ago. And we've been covering police and courts and stuff for many years. And so I'm actually going to call her, because I promised her that I would call her, because she also is quite capable of helping me carry on this conversation while we wait. And we're going to keep trying to answer I'm watching the chat, trying to answer questions as best we can. And I am definitely will be ready for Mike Howard to arrive to help us kind of like parse through the day. Yes, Paige, Rebecca is at the courthouse.
Hello.
All right, hold on a second. Let me get this mic. I got to turn this thing on. Okay, all right, I'm going to... All right, Rebecca, YouTube jury wants to hear from you.
Okay, well, the jury has arrived, and they actually started deliberating a little bit early. They shut the door to the jury room, we were told by one of the deputies, just before 8:45. And when that door shut, that typically don't bother the jury. They are deliberating, is what the deputy told us. And so yesterday, just before 5:30, they asked the judge if they could go home. They've been deliberating since about just before 10 o'clock, and obviously there was probably some frustrations. They just couldn't come to an agreement yesterday, so they asked to leave early, and because during deliberations the judge had told them in jury selection that they would be sequestered during any deliberations, and so they took them to a hotel and they got their good night's sleep, and I guess waiting now to see what their verdict will be.
What do you think about this? I mean,
I'm floored. No, I can't believe we're still here. I talked to so many attorneys yesterday, people that were texting me, and they're surprised that they can't reach a verdict. I interviewed Daryl Washington last night. He's a civil rights lawyer, and he told me that he's really never seen this, that it's unusual, and that he believes there's two sides in there just really negotiating and battling it out, and they just can't come to an agreement.
Yeah, I mean, what you're feeling right now, I mean, it's impossible to know what's happening exactly, but it feels like there has to be some who want probation, and some who want something more significant. That seems reasonable to me at this point.
Yeah, and I was trying to read the tea leaves when they asked. The one note that they did send out was they requested the body camera footage again, and then they wanted to see the general orders for the Fort Worth Police Department. And we know that they wanted part of what the prosecution is saying is he violated his SOP, or standing operating procedures, and the general orders, which is what guides police officers in different departments. I mean, most police departments have general orders and standard operating procedures, and you combine the two and you follow those rules. And they say, look, he violated it. He should have called for backup. He shouldn't have put himself in danger. And the jury, to some extent, must have believed that because they convicted him of manslaughter and thought that he was reckless in what he did. And so them wanting to see the general orders again, I don't know if that's telling, or if they're looking at the defensive side and the defense saying, look, he was a police officer doing his job. He didn't violate the general orders. He was there acting on like any normal police officer would have done, and he did violate the general orders, and he was there, and it was a tragic accident.
Well, Rebecca, I'll tell you, I think the body cam was the most compelling thing in favor of conviction, in my opinion. And
absolutely.
And I'll say that for multiple reasons. One, the half a second between the moment he starts uttering, tell her to show her hands, to the moment of firing the shot, which means that he's uttering the words and firing it all simultaneously. The fact that he never says the word gun before or after outside when he shoots her. Then when he goes in and says, oh, looks like we have a weapon here. Well, did you see a weapon before you fired the shot? I mean, for me, those are the compelling things beyond that body cam. And I still say, and I'll say it again, but for body cam, we're not here. He is not indicted.
Absolutely.
He is not indicted. There is not a trial. He is no billed because they do take these to the grand jury. That's kind of the standard procedure. But we don't even know Aaron Dean's name, but for body cam. Absolutely.
No, 100%, Tanya. You're right. Without the body cam, we wouldn't know, what happened that night. So, and I agree with you. The body camera is very compelling, and the fact that he never yells "gun" to me is also telling, because police officers are trained. I've talked to several DPD officers, and they tell them, if you see a gun, you yell, "Drop the gun" or "gun," and so that your fellow officers around you, and he had a partner with him, know that the person has a gun. I mean, that is in your training, and the fact that he never said that, to me, I mean, granted, officers are human, and but they're trained to do that. And so the fact that he didn't say that, I think, also played into why the jury convicted him, because he never says gun. And he, when he's saying show me your hands instead of drop the gun, well, if you're asking somebody to show their hands, they're raising a weapon at you.
Right.
So it's just like, that doesn't make sense.
Well, and one of the things that Kobe and I were talking about yesterday is that, they may have to look at, recasting some of these laws that deal with this self-defense issue around, law enforcement, because, in my mind, Aaron Dean places himself in that situation. Through an affirmative set of actions, he puts himself in that backyard. And I also think that part of the reason he was convicted is because part of making the self-defense defense was that you had to show that her conduct was unlawful. She's in her home in the middle of the night and she hears a noise. And so, it's a tough one. But I have a lot of problems with his actions, and I also have a problem with Fort Worth Police Department putting rookie officers out there on the streets like this, the way that this happened in this case. And I know DPD does it too, and a lot of big police agencies do it, and they really need to rethink police officer staffing. Hey, so let me ask you this. I'm going to answer some questions for people. Somebody's asking if there's probation, do you think there'll be civil unrest? What do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I do know that there are a lot of people here that have been monitoring the situation, and they say, I have talked to some of the community leaders that tell me, listen, whatever they send out, this punishment is going to be very telling, and it is going to send a message to this community, and they are not going to be happy with a probation. The community is not going to be happy if Aaron Dean does not spend any time in prison. They're just not. So it's hard to tell with the protests whether or not that's gonna happen, but I do know that speaking to some of the family and some of the people that have been here, they're like, it will not be a good day if he is given probation.
Oh, I think that it's going to be an understatement. But I do believe this jury is taking their time, and they are giving careful consideration to all these issues.
And it is important to note, Tanya, that Aaron Dean will have to stay in jail. So if there is, for some bizarre, it's just going to be crazy if they don't come to an agreement and they are deadlocked and this jury is hung. He will have to stay in jail.
Are you sure he can't get an appeal bond?
I've talked to several lawyers.
Yeah, I was going to ask Mike when he comes on. I don't know.
I've asked several lawyers last night. I interviewed two of them. Both of them told me he has to sit in jail until there is a sentencing. Now, what the judge would have to do is declare the mistrial, and then he will set a new date. And then at that time, you basically wipe the slate clean in the punishment phase, which means that back in the day, before I think it was like 2017, somewhere just recent, you would have to start the trial all over from the beginning. But now they changed the law, so you only do the punishment phase. And since they would wipe the slate clean, Aaron Dean could go before the judge and ask the judge to sentence him, ask for a new jury to be impaneled, and have that jury determine his sentence. And we'd have to hear all the same kind of testimony that we heard in this trial, or reach a plea agreement with prosecutors and the defense.
What do you? I mean, I have no, I have no idea what would happen at this point because it would be so extraordinary. This doesn't typically happen in non-death penalty cases. And in Texas, in fact, Kobe and I were talking about this yesterday. In a death penalty case, if a jury can't reach a sentence, then the defendant is sentenced to life in prison without parole automatically. So this would be. You just don't normally see this. And somebody was asking, Law Pro wants to know, is Dean in the courtroom or is he in jail right now? Do you know where he is at the moment?
They've been keeping him off in a little room. They have these holding cells in most courtrooms where they keep the person that's in custody, and then when the judge calls for them, they're right there and they're ready, and they bring him in. So, but no, he's in jail overnight. But they, while they're deliberating, they I think have him a little bit closer to the courtroom.
So I'm going through the questions that we're getting. Somebody's asking about Kobe. Hunter, well, Kobe has family too, and I think he's probably trying to finish buying Christmas presents. So we really appreciate him coming on yesterday, because I called him Friday and begged him to come on. Not begged, but he was totally willing. But we're in the holiday season, and I've talked to a number of, last night when I was on the hunt for, and Rebecca knows I was on the hunt for a legal expert today. And, a lot of people are out of town, or they're wrapping up last minute stuff in court. They're buying Christmas presents. And so it's a rough time to be trying to get people. So I'm grateful to Mike Howard, who will be joining us pretty soon when he gets back. He had to go over to Fort Worth for a court hearing. Anyway, Rebecca, somebody wants to know, Byron Ross wanted to know about Aaron Dean's efforts to help Atatiana after he shoots her. Kind of walk us through that.
Well, the testimony in the body camera shows that he initially, when he gets in there, they're clearing the house first, and then quickly, going through and making sure that there's no one in there. And then when he gets to her, he secures the weapon first, and does not attempt CPR in any way. Eventually, now on the radio, he is saying, we probably need a medical, we need somebody here. So he is calling for medical assistance, but he never performs CPR. He puts, I believe, an Afghan over her, but that's at the time that the other officers are now getting there, and they had the paramedic from MedStar that did testify in this trial, and he testified that when he got there, they worked on her for about 20 more minutes, but there was just nothing that they could do to revive her, that she would not have survived those wounds. And they did talk to the medical examiner, who said even if he had performed CPR, the wound that she had, even if she'd been shot in an ER with doctors there, she probably wouldn't have survived it.
Yeah, it was a lethal wound just because of where she got hit. And, the other thing I think that was...
right in the heart, so...
Yeah, oh yeah. And then the other thing, I brought up body cam, but the other thing I think that was also compelling to the jury, in terms of finding him guilty of manslaughter, or at least I found compelling, was when Dale Smith illustrated to the jury that he argued that there's no way she could have been standing up pointing that gun like this, because she didn't have glass in her hands. And I found that, really compelling. I don't know how you felt about it.
Well, no, and I talked to several people that have been the courtroom spectators that have been watching it, and they said the same thing. They're like, I probably had 5 people tell me that day. The most compelling thing that they heard was that she had no glass on her hands. And then, of course, he laid out the pictures with the ME, and you could see that there wasn't. So people thought that was very compelling as well.
No, it was really, because it's kind of one of those things, what you expect to see in closing arguments is essentially the bow ties being put on stuff and things being wrapped up and presented in a package, so you can kind of, get a full understanding of what happened. So I looked up, for you folks that have been paying close attention, y'all were, saw on Friday where the defense wanted to swear in Manuel Mata, who's a local activist, and then when he refused to be sworn in, the judge had him arrested. And so anyway, I just looked on the Tarrant County jail log and he's out. I don't know what time he got released, but he's been released. Rebecca, just for the folks that are joining us, can you kind of walk us through what the judge and Miles Brissett said about that whole crazy situation we saw on Friday?
Well, yeah, on Friday it was just so unusual because I've never seen. Look, the courtroom has been locked, Tanya, from when the jury is not deliberating or the jury is out and the judge is not in there. They have locked the courtroom, which, there's no proceedings going on. But this was the first time I saw the judge actually lock the door when there were proceedings happening, which typically we would be allowed to view. So there were a lot of questions.
And Rebecca, I have a problem with that. I got a serious problem with that.
Well, and then at that time, they brought in the Fort Worth DA, not the DA, the Fort Worth mayor, and admonished her for breaking allegedly the gag order by sending out a press release after the verdict came in. So we didn't get to see that because the door was locked. I was told that the court reporter was in there taking notes, so it's on the record, but typically we would be able to see that. But now, yesterday, Miles Brissett went before the judge and said that the reason that all of that happened was because there were concerns about security, that there had been death threats, very targeted death threats that the defense has been getting. And then you had, they said, some terroristic threats against the family uttered by Mr. Mata, either in the courtroom and also the night before when they were walking to their car. We do see video of him there, and there are protesters screaming at the Dean family, but in our video we don't pick up any of those threats. But they had undercover officers who heard some of this, and they reported all of this to the judge. And then Mata came in, and the judge was concerned also because he sees him in the courtroom within arm's length of the family, and he said, my role here is to conduct a fair trial and to conduct a safe trial. Well, the defense wants to put that on record because they asked for a change of venue. They wanted this trial moved out of Tarrant County because of pretrial publicity, but also because of this sort of thing. If they were going to have a lot of people in the courtroom, and they feared that some of this might happen. So they're getting on the record to put that on the record, and probably as part of their appeal plan, to appeal this case and say that he couldn't have gotten a fair trial when you have people that might be intimidating to the jury and to the family and to the judge, to the lawyers in the courtroom. So that is all part of the strategy also to appeal this case. And so he was removed, and he had bonds out, and Mata was he was out on bond, and so his bonds were revoked, and he was put in jail.
Yeah, that was just kind of a bizarre situation. You think Manuel Mata will show back up today?
Maybe. Apparently, he is a very well known to law enforcement in Tarrant County and to people that I was talking to some of the reporters that cover Tarrant County more extensively than I do, and they say, oh yeah, he has been arrested for assault and other things. I think he was arrested for assault at a meeting where he was protesting something. And so there have been other incidents with him involving city officials and things like that. So, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up here again.
Yeah, well, you've got these folks from both the kind of the left, and he's more on the left side, and you've got the folks on the right that are all kind of these police watchers, court watchers, and that's kind of what he is. And that's not justifying what we saw in court on Friday at all. I am still troubled by the actions in court on Friday. I get that there's some concerns about safety, but I also think we have to be careful about swearing people in apparent retaliation. And I'd like to know more about what.
If you hear Miles Brissett said that the reason that they swore him in is because they were going to ask him to testify on the record about that, so they could get it as part of their appeal for the change of venue.
Yeah, but they didn't do that with the first guy that they swore in.
Yeah, true.
I mean, we got the first guy that was swore in, and we never saw him come back up. I don't know. some of the way that played out just leaves me troubled. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I'm troubled by it. But strange things happen in cases like this. People are asking if he can get an appeal bond. Yeah, he can get an appeal bond. So if this jury was to sentence him to 10 years or less, he can get an appeal bond. If he is sentenced to more than 10 years, he cannot get an appeal bond. But we obviously, just have no idea. So people are asking if we think the judge will be removed or disciplined. I doubt it. I don't know about discipline. That's hard to say. I'm sure there will be complaints filed with the Judicial Conduct Commission. This particular judge, who I really like, actually. I like Judge Gallagher. But Rebecca and I both like him. He's
been very fair with the media. He's been very open. He is very likable. He wants to conduct his court.
But he doesn't like to be questioned in his courtroom, and if you do, it may not go well for you.
Well, the fact that he brought
in the mayor,
a city council member, and now is having a hearing that they have to show cause for why they violated his gag order. He's very serious about following the rules. I think that at the beginning of this trial, when he felt that maybe people were violating the gag order, he used some restraint. But I think he was pushed over the edge, because at the end of the day, you are still under oath. You are still under a gag order, and to just simply violate that order, even though you're not a fact witness, he just didn't like that.
No, I think he's just had enough, and I think part of what we saw with Manuel Mata on Friday was this judge basically was tipped over the edge, and he just had enough. And again, that's not justifying it. That's my feel for what happened. And so people are asking who would approve the appeal bond. That's going to be would be Judge Gallagher if it can be granted. Rebecca, who else arrived up there at the courthouse now?
Well, it's mainly media right now. They're kind of pretty loud right now. So and then there's other court that's being held. Other judges are picking juries, and today is a very busy day. We're getting ready to go into obviously the holiday, and they are trying to clear some of their dockets. So there's a lot of people up the trial. That's why if you hear a lot of noise, it's people that are going before a judge for other reasons and other judges. But if I walk over right now, I'm walking over to the where the families and the spectators have waited. There's only maybe a handful, I'd say 5 or 6 people out here waiting. I have not seen the Jefferson family, nor the family of Aaron Dean this morning, but I'm told that they are here. So, no, there's only I'd say maybe 10 people.
Yeah,
I have not seen Manuel Mata. I did go look for him if he's here, but no.
Yeah, it's just
happened.
It's just kind of it's really wild. What'd you think of the closing arguments yesterday?
I thought that they were very strong. I thought the prosecution did a really good job. I thought that they were, got their point across when they put the picture of Atatiana Jefferson, and they said, "Don't forget her. She was an innocent woman in her home, and she was killed. It's not like she was a criminal. She was just a woman that was playing video games with her nephew and did nothing wrong." And I think a little bit of why maybe also the people are upset with some of what Aaron Dean said on the stand is because he didn't seem contrite. He seemed like, well, she had a gun, like she was a criminal, and somehow she had done something wrong. But she didn't. She didn't know who was back in her backyard. And so I know that the defense in closing arguments were saying, look, he would have done what every police officer would have done when you pointed a gun. So this is he acted, in self-defense, and he was just a police officer out there doing this work, and this was just an anomaly what happened. But then the prosecution turned around and said, it's an anomaly because most police officers don't do that. They don't put themselves in that situation. They wouldn't put themselves in.
Well, no, they'd call for backup. They'd secure the exits, and people are asking. Go ahead.
And then having Aaron Dean stand up and like, this is Aaron Dean. I'm not sure how effective that was with the jury.
He doesn't come off as a warm and fuzzy kind of guy.
No, and I mean, I think that, when you listen to his testimony and he says, well, how do you think you did? Well, I'd give myself a B. I think I did a fine job. And when they push him and they say, hey, when they ask him, why did you give yourself that grade? And would you change anything that you did that night? He's like, well, I guess I could have just stayed home. And again, I think that, he doesn't appear contrite. I mean, a woman's life has been lost. She has died. She's never coming home again. And even if you felt you were justified in your actions, there is still a life lost, and it just didn't come across that way on the stand.
No, I've talked to a number of legal experts who Kobe was with me the day he testified, and the general feeling was that he just came across as kind of a cold fish, that he, not saying he is, I'm just saying that's how he came across. And, maybe.
Go ahead.
So you go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we know officers that have, used deadly force, and they were justified in that force. And they are still remorseful about taking a life. And again, it's not like Atatiana Jefferson was an armed robber or someone that was an active shooter that is shooting people, and he goes in and he, shoots them, and there's no, contrition for that. But when you're talking about an innocent woman with her little nephew playing video games who witnesses her death,
yeah, and
you didn't convey any kind of sympathy to the jury, I just don't know. I think that did not play well for him.
No, I don't think it did either, and I think, he took the bait on giving himself a grade, and then when the prosecutor basically walked him through and showed all the bad police work, he didn't, come across as someone really acknowledging, like, oh wow, I really could have, done this much better. So James is asking, can the Fort Worth Police Department be sued? Well, there is a pending lawsuit right now related to the Atatiana Jefferson case. Rebecca, what do you know about that lawsuit?
All I know is that obviously the family filed it a while back. I believe that Lee Merrick is part of that lawsuit, and it is it's still finding its way through the process. I don't believe that they've come close to any kind of agreement, but I haven't really followed that aspect of it as closely as I probably should.
Yeah, I haven't either. I know that was part of the controversy with Lee early in the trial, where he was over in the it's like a courtroom that the judge has set up for you guys?
Yeah, it's a courtroom that's only for media, but because the overflow room was full, and they have an overflow room also, so people can come down here that can't get into the actual courtroom because it's full also, can go into the other auxiliary courtroom, and then they have a separate courtroom for just the media. And I will tell you, there was a little bit of drama even with the media, because it is supposed to be for working press only. As you know, when the media, just a kind of glimpse behind the scenes, we're talking, if you're waiting, everybody's just having conversations about their families, and things like that, things, in general.
Well, because we all kind of know each other.
Yeah, we all know each other. Well, there was a documentary crew from, we believe, that was documenting the family and documenting what was happening for this family, and they were in there, and we saw that they were recording, and it looked like they were recording audio and video, and with none of the press knowing that they were recording. And that would be a little problematic if that stuff ends up on Netflix or whatever it is that they're doing, without giving the people notice that it's a private room. It's not open to the public. It is for credentialed press only, and they were in there recording, so they were asked to leave.
Yeah, I think if you're going to start recording, in a situation like that, you ought to tell folks what's going on. I mean, members of the media, especially, when we're sitting around at a trial, you have a lot of time to kill. You know that, Rebecca, especially right now, deliberations. We're killing time. So, Just for people that have joined us, the jury began deliberating again this morning. What about 8:30, Rebecca?
Yeah, probably about between 8:30, 8:45 is when they shut the door and they began deliberation.
So they've been back there again about an hour, which means they've been deliberating now for about 8.5 hours. And well, there's been breaks in there, so I don't know how long the breaks were.
Yeah, they did break for lunch yesterday for a little bit, and then obviously around 5:30 or so, I said, "Okay, we've had enough. We can't keep talking."
And you actually saw them leave with their luggage yesterday.
Oh yeah, they had their suitcases, and they were being escorted. There's here at the Tarrant County Courthouse, they have these hallways, and you can look through. There's glass doors and some windows, and so we can see, and that we do not have access to go back there because it's for the judges, prosecutors, if they're bringing in a defendant that's high profile, or the jury, and so they have these sort of pathways around the courthouse that other people can get to without having to be with the general public. And we saw them through those windows. First, we saw the defense lawyers leaving with their coats and briefcases. We're like, okay, what's happening? And we saw this activity with the deputies, and then we saw the jury leaving with their suitcases.
I really thought. I was telling Kobe yesterday. I thought, we'll know something by 1:30, 2 o'clock. And
oh yeah.
I always say I'm always wrong about the juries, and I continue to be wrong about this one. So I don't know. It's hard to.
And did you ever figure out how long Amber Geiger jury was out on the punishment phase of this? Because I do remember
hour and a half.
Fairly quickly. Yeah.
And
the attorneys that I talked to were like, we didn't have this in Amber Geiger or Roy Oliver. Both of those juries came back fairly quickly. So I think that, but neither one, Amber Geiger wasn't up for probation, and neither was Roy Oliver because they were convicted of murder. But this manslaughter case, I think because probation is on the table, I think that and it's a police officer. I think if it were just a manslaughter case, Tanya, without it being a police officer, it would be done with by now. But I think that the fact that he is an officer, they are eligible to get in probation, has complicated the jury deliberation.
Oh no, I think it has too. A number of the attorneys I've spoken to think that guarantee that there's a couple jurors or more that want to give him probation. And there may be some jurors that want to go in the high end, and they got to find a way to split the baby, so to speak. And I think they came to probably a Solomaic decision on the verdict with murder and manslaughter, because they debated 13 hours on that, which is that's a long time.
It is a long time for a case for a manslaughter case, absolutely. Well, and it's interesting because. Talking to, like you said, to other lawyers yesterday, they were baffled. They said, we've never seen this. We've never seen a jury. Well, one lawyer did tell me that he had one jury that was hung in the punishment phase. But for the most part, juries come back a lot quicker than this.
Well, because once they kind of parse through whether they think a person's guilty, generally they kind of have a good sense of what they want to do in punishment. And I think that's what happened in Amber Geiger. I think that, I'm not saying that the jury agreed with exactly what they wanted to do, because they're not supposed to do that, but I have to feel that in Geiger, that once they decided to convict her of murder, there was a thought that they were going to come back on the low end, because they didn't view her as a continuing danger. And so I think, but they felt that what happened there was so wrong that you can't shoot someone in their own apartment while they're eating a bowl of ice cream, right? You can't do that. You can't, the conduct, there had to be a sentence, a penalty for that. But they also didn't think she needed to, spend the rest of her life in prison. So, I don't know.
Well, and I think in this case, because he is an officer and he has been out on bond, also for 3 years, and has complied with his bond conditions, that perhaps his jury is feeling like, well, if we put him on probation for 10 years. He's got to abide by all of this, and he's done a good job. So he's not a person that the defense says needs to be rehabilitated. That really the only reason that you would give him prison time is to punish him. But that's exactly what the prosecution is saying is, listen, you need to punish him. What he did was egregious. He killed an innocent woman who was doing nothing hanging out in her home with her nephew. And he must be held accountable for that, and to deter other police officers to do something like this.
Well, let's say the tables were turned and Atatiana had shot and killed Aaron Dean.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? I don't think
she would be facing a capital murder charge.
Well, absolutely. They would, they would be absolutely, police officers would be absolutely convinced that she had saw that he was a cop. And I don't think there's any way. When she had a light shining in her face, I don't think she knew who was outside that window. She didn't have time to even, I think, process what was going on. He had all the information.
Yeah.
Not her. She has no idea the police have even been called. He could have slowed things down, walked across the street, talked to James Smith, said, "Hey, do you got a phone number for your neighbor? Is that checked on those cars, confirmed that those were their cars." I mean, there was just a lot of things that could have happened, could and should have happened, and in general, when police slow it down, things end a lot better. And I think he would have been better off. Rebecca, what do you think about? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, especially since there is no one in imminent danger. No one is screaming, "Help me," in that house. No one that they know of has been hurt. You've got information that the family's usually there at that time, that their cars are in the driveway. You look in, and maybe to him it looked like the house was ransacked. Now we know that it was just messy. But again, there's no imminent threat to anyone's life at that point. So if you think there's a burglary, protocol for most police departments would be step back, call for backup, and secure the door so that the burglars don't go running out, and then you announce yourself and get them to come out once you have more backup there. And if somebody doesn't come out, then you call the SWAT team. If you think there's a barricaded person, you get them out. But had they done any of those steps, had they just announced themselves, had they called for backup, Atatiana Jefferson would have known that there were police around her home.
Yeah, and I remember this happened just a month, maybe a few weeks after you and I finished up the Geiger trial. I mean, we were just stunned when this case happened. Kind of a not again. You can't. I mean, and granted, there are significant differences between what happened in that case and this case. But the big thing that's the same is you have two people in their own homes, in the privacy of their own homes, who were shot and killed by police officers. And it just, I don't know. It was really just a crazy situation. Rebecca, what did you think of Elizabeth Turner's testimony?
Well, I mean, she clearly was still upset by what had transpired back then. She was emotional on the stand, and she felt that she had been violated when he touched her inappropriately in the library. And even though they were, way back in the day, I think it was like 18 years before is what the defense said, they don't believe that he should be judged by, just that. But she was very, I thought, powerful.
I thought she was compelling.
Her. Yeah, to this day. Hey, Tanya, by the way, one of the defense attorneys, not defense attorneys, but an attorney that has filed lawsuits against police departments in these types of cases just messaged me and said, a guilty verdict can have a negative impact on any settlement with the city. I still believe they will settle for a decent amount, but they argue that when an officer is convicted of a crime, he or she were not acting in the course and scope of their duty.
Oh, that's an interesting question.
Yeah,
because basically they're going to say that he didn't follow his training, so therefore,
they're not culpable.
Yeah, I would love to know a whole lot more about Fort Worth PD's psychological process, because I found Dr. Clayton's testimony troubling.
I did too.
You know, how does he appeal? And his findings about Aaron Dean's personality is interesting.
No, absolutely. And there are people that I know personally that have gone through DPD's assessment and didn't make it to the academy. And they have a board also, typically of at least 3 people, including a high-ranking member of the department, that also vets them and questions them about scenarios. And then they go through the field training process. But the field training, what a lot of the public didn't see, is because the judge didn't allow it. Again, it was too prejudicial for this jury to hear, was his field training records, where his field training officers say he doesn't pay attention to his surroundings. He gets tunnel vision and just goes in. And even the field trainer that the defense did bring in said he just doesn't work well with the public. He doesn't interact well with the public, which kind of basically goes along with what the forensic psychologist said. So all of that is, troubling, that perhaps, he was hired despite being failed by the psychologist, who said he was narcissistic and had this grandiose opinion of himself.
Well, and you remember that when he was questioned during that 3 hours, one of the things he said was that he was asked by the prosecutor if he noticed anybody outside. Because James Smith and his family said they were waiting outside on the porch, and he never noticed. Go ahead, Rebecca.
And sometimes you'll call back. Sometimes officers will call dispatch and ask them for more information, and they'll even get the phone number of the person that called in and say, okay, what is it that you saw? And that's a step that you can take as well. And I know officers that do that when they feel like they don't have enough information at the scene, and before they clear it, before they leave, they will call and get more information.
Yeah, it's beyond me why he didn't do that. I mean,
walk across the street to James Smith and say, "Hey, what did you see?" Or what, that was a little bit baffling too.
Well, and again, I think that's where having an experienced veteran officer with him would have helped, because I do believe an experienced, a more veteran officer would have said, "Hey, whoa, let's slow this down. Do we really want to roll up in someone's backyard at 2:30 in the morning? This is Texas, and people are armed in Texas."
Well, and I talked to a couple of police officers who told me, that's even a problem in other agencies, including the Dallas Police Department, that sometimes they put these rookies all together or riding together, and they're not experienced enough to make those decisions that, like you said, a veteran officer would make, that would slow things down. So I talked to several officers I would never have handled that call that way.
So I just got a text message from my legal guest who's going to be joining us. He's leaving. He had to go up to the Tarrant County Courthouse to handle a court matter for a client, which is what pays the bills. And he's leaving Tarrant County right now, and he says he should be here soon. So I think
it is really busy here today.
What's going on?
Today.
Yeah.
Well, there's just a lot of people that are going in and out of the courtrooms to take care of plea deals or business with the court. But there are a lot of attorneys up here with their clients on this particular floor. So it is a busy day here. This must be the day that the judges have you can come in and talk to the judge about whatever you need to talk about, and bring your client, that kind of thing.
Isn't that kind of wild, though? You would think that the courthouse will be kind of slowing down as you get into the closer to the holiday.
Yeah, because yesterday it was pretty quiet. Today it's just like there are I've probably counted 20 attorneys on this floor today.
That's just kind of wild to me. Have we started to see more of the family members arrive, or?
No, I think the family is on another floor. The other day when I was coming up the elevator, the Jefferson family, Atatiana Jefferson's family, was on the elevator with me, and they went up to the 5th floor, to another floor, I should say. And so I think they're keeping them in different places. And so they went to another floor here at the courthouse. and Dean's family, because of security reasons, is probably being allowed to stay in a more secured area than out here with the public, since they feel like they have been threatened.
Well, and I was aware even before yesterday that there had been death threats made on the family and the legal team. And you know, the lawyers in this case have a job to do, and we have a system in our country where, you know, you don't have to like somebody for them to be afforded a legal defense. And to me, that's just an important part of our system. And Aaron Dean's family, they didn't shoot anybody. And so threats made against them or people chasing them out of the courthouse, I got a problem with that.
I didn't like it at all. That was not a good. I did not like that when the people were out there screaming at them. They were calling them murderers. And,
why?
And saying these, you know, really terrible things. I mean, this is Aaron Dean's mom is elderly. You know, they were very composed, and I will say they conducted themselves with great restraint and composure, because they were some people shouting some pretty ugly things, and they did not pull the trigger. They did nothing wrong. And it was honestly, it was very troubling to me that people would have hurled those insults at the family. Because at the end of the day, whatever you think about Aaron Dean, they care about him. They're impacted by this as well, and they did nothing wrong.
And I don't recall anything like that in when we had in the Amber Geiger, Botham Jean case. I don't recall anything like that happening with her family.
No, not at all. I don't remember that. I do remember there were threats, and I think that there were. I believe Amber Geiger's family, I think even like one of the siblings might have been fired from their job. I mean, they also faced a lot of things that happened to them as a result of Amber Geiger's actions that day. And, you know, say what, you know, you think what you will about them, the families didn't do anything.
Right. I agree with that. So people have been asking me about Justin Moore. Justin will not be back with us today. He's out of town because, you know, we are in Christmas week, and I spoke to Justin last night, and he's like I said, he's out of town, gearing up for the holiday. So he wasn't. But I have a great legal guest who has just texted me to say he will be here at 10:20. So, but Rebecca and I, we're quite capable of carrying on a conversation. I mean, we're not lawyers, but we know a lot of lawyers.
We've covered this kind of stuff long enough to know also just, you know, what to anticipate. But I will tell you, Tanya, I cannot recall except for one case back in, I've been a reporter, I'm going to date myself here, since 1988. I have been in Dallas since
I was in high school.
And I do not recall, except for one case in Corpus Christi, it was a death penalty case, where a jury was hung and was deadlocked. And also, and I want to say that in this case, I talked to a couple of lawyers who say if they are deadlocked, and we have gotten no notes at this point that we know of, telling the judge that they are deadlocked, the judge can bring them into the courtroom. I mean, typically they just send a note back or a message back with the bailiff, but they can do what's called the Allen charge. They can bring the jury before the judge. The judge looks at them, brings them face to face into the courtroom, and says, I know you're deadlocked, but if you bring another jury in here, but the same pool of people that we picked from, they aren't going to have any more information than you have right now. You're the best jury that can make a decision, and you need to make it. However, do not violate your conscience. You cannot go against if you really, really believe you should only get probation, you know, and that's your conscience. Do not violate your conscience. But if you can, they call it the dynamite charge. The hope is that if the judge looks at them directly and instructs them to continue to deliberate, that it will break the deadlock.
But we haven't gotten, you know, typically whenever a jury is hung, I mean, of course it doesn't happen that often, but in my experience, limited, because it just doesn't happen that often, you get some indication that they are hung. You'll get some kind of note that will make you think, okay, they're hung, but we haven't gotten anything like that.
No, not at all. But no, saying that I've never seen a jury hung in a punishment phase like this. I mean, I've covered several. Obviously, the Billy Shamir case.
Well,
Just
yeah,
recently
you and
in
I both
Dallas
covered that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I got hung on the guilt innocence part, but that was because my understanding was the particular juror wanted forensic evidence. They wanted his DNA there, and even though they had video of Billy Shamir at the same stores, stalking the victims with their jewelry, selling their jewelry, and then these elderly women are dating, who was clearly a serial killer, and the fact that this juror could not get past that. I mean, and there just might be a juror or two that is stuck on either not wanting to send a police officer to prison or wanting to send a police officer to prison for a long time. Therefore, there's a lot of negotiating going on in this case.
Well, they haven't asked for any more sticky notes.
Yeah.
Remember, they asked for sticky notes during the guilt innocence part.
Yeah. That was, I think they asked for the sticky notes, and they asked for that body camera footage. Even.
Well, no, they asked for photos in that part.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They asked for photos. Yeah.
So. And you know, it's some people are asking what will happen if they hang here, and so they'll have to impanel a new jury, and then. Do you have any sense of how much, would they have to basically redo the whole trial because you'd have to bring a new jury up to speed?
Well, I have seen a death penalty case where they had to retry just the punishment phase, and basically they had to come in and sort of bring in some of the witnesses that they brought in the guilt innocence, just to let the jury know what the case is about, and then bring in their other witnesses for the death sentence part, or that this was in a death penalty case. So they had to, bring in some more witnesses to talk about that. But again, Tanya, if the judge declares a mistrial, my understanding from several lawyers I spoke with yesterday, it basically wipes the slate clean. You start over from the beginning. Aaron Dean will be given the option again of either picking the jury, paneling a new jury, or having the judge determine his fate, or
you mean wipe the slate complete? What? I didn't think.
Or have the slate clean in the punishment phase.
Right, not right. Let's be clear. That doesn't mean we're wiping away the conviction. It just means
no. The conviction would say wipe the slate clean in the punishment phase. So he would have the choice that he had when.
He could pick. He could choose between the judge or the jury, is what you're saying.
Or get a plea agreement if the defense and the prosecution can come to some sort of plea deal.
Yeah.
And,
So.
Yeah, and those are the three options that he has.
Yeah, and when Mike gets here, Mike Howard gets here, we'll parse through that a little bit more clearly, because we're Rebecca and I are off in legal territory that is fairly unusual for. I mean, we deal with a lot of crazy legal stuff, but this is definitely off in interesting legal territory. And you have to wonder how this will play in the appeal process. Yeah, Lisa, we're gonna when Mike gets here, Lisa, we're gonna ask that question. I'm answering somebody's question. Sorry, Rebecca. It'll be interesting how this whole change of venue thing will play in the appeals process now.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder, because clearly they wanted to get that information about Manuel Mata on the record, that he was in the courtroom and may have uttered some things, and that there had been terroristic threats, and that's one of the reasons that they had wanted to move this trial in the first place. And so that is all going to, I believe, be part of the appeal.
Yeah, and I also think that, based on what I'm hearing, that a huge part of the appeal is going to be this question of did the prosecution prove manslaughter? Because murder is this intentionality, and manslaughter, of course, is that your conduct was reckless. And we can talk to Mike Howard when he gets here and kind of a little bit more about that. There was a legal opinion back in 2009 called Gray versus State, where the appeals court threw out an assault conviction, essentially finding that when the lesser included was added by the judge, that was at the prosecution's request, that they didn't prove that lesser included. And so I think that, based on what I'm hearing, the defense is going to argue that they didn't prove the elements of the offense for manslaughter. So I think that's what we're going to see.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
So
So
I
mean,
would like to hear what he has to say about that.
oh, me too. I'm super fascinated. I haven't had time to really talk to I did text with an appellate attorney I know, a guy who's done it. He said that obviously that could become an issue on appeal, but that's where the appellate courts will have to take a look at the record and see if they met the elements of that offense. So Flo with Joe TV wants to know: do you think they'll have a verdict by lunch, Rebecca? Do we think we'll have a verdict?
No, I don't know.
I mean,
the fact that
crystal
we've been
ball.
here this long, it's hard to tell. I mean, I would have thought that we would have been done yesterday. Again, based on history, and again, there are very different cases, and you're considering different things than you did in the other two big officer-involved shooting trials that I covered. The jury was back fairly quickly with their verdict and their sentence. So this is honestly it's a little bit baffling. But I will say that speaking to Darrell Washington yesterday, one of the attorneys that I interviewed, he said, "Look, you want the jury to take their time. You want the jury to to methodically go through everything to make a decision that everyone can unanimously agree on." So, he felt that there was going to be a verdict at some point today.
Well, if you had asked me what I was going to be doing today, I would have said I'll be cleaning my house.
Yeah.
And hanging out with my kid because he's on Christmas break right now.
Shopping for my Christmas gift.
Exactly. And as Rebecca, this is funny, not funny, but last night I told my son, well, son, Aiden, I got to go back to work tomorrow, and his response was, well, my computer's not working. And that was his biggest problem. He was having some problem with his cord to his laptop, and I'm like, really? So he's having a perfectly good old time. He's holed up watching a lot of TV, and I think he may be a little glad I'm not around because I'd be demanding that he do stuff. And so, anyway, go ahead.
Tanya, going back to the civil lawsuit that someone asked about, so now I've got a little bit more clarification. So again, they say a guilty verdict can have a negative impact on any settlement with the city. They argue that when an officer is convicted of a crime, he or she were not acting in the course of scope of their duty, they will need to show that the city of Fort Worth's actions, training, etc., played a role in the death of Atatiana Jefferson. Remember, there was a testimony in the Roy Oliver case that he should not have been hired based on his pre-employment testing. So I didn't realize that. I didn't remember that about Roy Oliver, that he too were basically told the Balk Springs Police Department not to hire this officer. And if you recall, I do remember that in Amber Geiger, there was an assistant chief that was on the panel that recommended she too not be hired with the Dallas Police Department and was outvoted. So it's interesting because in all three of these officers' cases, there were glimpses of trouble ahead.
Right.
There were glimpses in their background, in their interview process, in how they were vetting them. And I've talked to so many experts and high-ranking, police chiefs and all say it's in the hiring. Yes, you can train an officer. You can have the implicit bias training. You can have all of that. But at the end of the day, it's in the hiring and in the vetting of how you get these people on the force. And if you overlook some of these red flags, this is where you end up having problems.
Well, and actually, when I was back when I was younger, one of my first projects at the Dallas Morning News was a hiring. We did a project on hiring we looked at police officers at the Dallas Police Department who had been hired, and we looked at criminal records. We found there were people with really troubling criminal histories, things that were in their past that weren't getting caught, and then we also looked at a lot of training records. And just things that, would have indicated that, hey, this person, first of all, shouldn't have made it into the police academy, much less made it through the police academy or made it through field training. So Rebecca's absolutely correct. It's in the hiring, but there's also, an interim period where, when someone gets hired on, when there's oftentimes things that come out as they're, being in the academy or in the training. And I thought it was interesting that his field trainer, who became his friend, essentially said he had no people skills, which you kind of need to be a cop.
Yeah, absolutely. I just saw the prosecutor walk through and go into, I don't know that that means anything because he's not with the other prosecutor, not with Ashley, but Dale Smith. I just saw him come through this hallway and into an office. I don't know that that means anything, but typically that is the way that they've been getting into the other courtroom for the judges. But I don't know that that says anything. He might just be in there, to chat with the judge or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
So,
it's like who knows what's happened.
I don't want to read too much into the what we're seeing, but since we're all sitting here waiting, I'm just letting you know what we're seeing here at the courthouse. And I just saw the prosecutor. I have not seen the defense, other than early this morning I saw Miles Brissett.
Have you seen Bob Gill?
I have not seen Bob today, but one of the other media members told me that they did see Bob.
Okay.
Earlier. Yeah.
And what about Atatiana?
That was like a few hours ago. That was a couple hours ago.
Brand.
No, I haven't seen them yet.
Somebody's asking how come we didn't hear from the three psychiatrists who disagreed with Dr. Clayton. I wish we had heard from them.
Well, and I asked that question yesterday too, and obviously they brought that up in the closing arguments, and that's what either Ashley or Dale said that. Listen, don't you think that if they had the three psychologists that passed him, that they would have had one of them appear on the stand to say, "Hey, I thought he would have been he was a great candidate." I mean, why didn't you hear from them? Now, the burden of proof obviously is on the prosecution, but at the end of the day, you're trying to save your client prison time, and they are painting this person to be unfit for duty or unfit to be a police officer. You would want to counter that with your own witness to say, "Hey, I saw it differently," and they didn't.
So somebody's asking, could they reach a plea agreement right now while the jury is deliberating? I think the answer is yes, but when Mike gets here, when we get an actual legal expert, I mean, Rebecca and I kind of play at being attorneys. We know a fair amount about the law, but we're getting into really intricate parts of the law now, and I think the answer is yes, they could, but we'll definitely ask.
I asked that question.
You asked that question, okay.
I was told no, if this jury cannot reach
so
a
they
verdict,
so
the
they
judge
can't so
will
like
be
they
forced
couldn't
to declare a mistrial. No, once he elected to go to the jury, that's what he elected to do. And if they cannot reach a verdict, they go to a mistrial. That was my understanding from a couple of people that I asked yesterday.
Yeah, and I want to hear what Mike Howard has to say, because it just the whole concept is fascinating to me. Because if you had asked me, did I, yesterday I kept saying people, oh, it'd be a unicorn if this jury hangs in punishment, and now I'm back on the fence of saying, well, we might have some unicorns. So I don't know.
Well, and someone told me something about that you can't go backwards, like you can't elect to go to the judge and then say, oh, never mind, I need to go to the jury, or vice versa. But again, I'm not 1,000%.
Yeah, well, because we're often the parts of the law that we don't normally see.
Yeah.
I mean, this just doesn't normally happen. So that's where we're often these kind of more esoteric parts of the Texas Penal Code, and the Code of Criminal the Code of Criminal Procedure.
Somebody's listening. An attorney is listening, because I just got a text saying there will be no plea deals. You cannot plea bargain here.
Well, I'm glad that the attorneys are watching. That's good. Y'all can feel free to answer our questions via text. If you're watching and you have my phone number, I'd stick my phone number in the chat, but I probably shouldn't do that. So that'd be a bad idea. But I'll stick my email in the chat. If you're an attorney and you hear us say something incorrect or something that you have some, answer on, feel free to send me an email. Or I'll also stick my Twitter in the chat. I'm happy to try to, because it's always helpful to have the attorneys correct us, because we're like I said, we're often kind of uncharted or legal waters that we just don't normally deal with.
Exactly. I'm not used to. I don't know all of this. The intricacies of law. Now, I wanted to go to law school, and actually, I took an aptitude test in college, and it, because I didn't know what I really wanted to do, and I scored really high on either being a reporter or a lawyer.
Yeah, you made the mistake,
I'm not
Rebecca.
Sure. I could be out in my cabin in Montana or something right now if I picked the other way around, or gone a different path.
Well, I wanted to be, I went off to college as well to become a lawyer, and I thought, well, along the way I'll try this journalism thing out, and here I am, kind of like you. So,
exactly.
But,
yes.
Maybe one of these days when we retire, Rebecca, we should go to law school together.
Hey, maybe.
We could be Lopez and Iser, or Iser and Lopez.
Yeah, either way, I'm good with it. Yeah, no, I see other attorneys up here, and but I haven't seen the defense, and again, the families are being held somewhere else, and I think that was just out of precaution. The judge is tightened security. What I have not seen are the DPS troopers. The day that the verdict was coming out, or we suspected the verdict was going to be handed down, there were extra patrols. There were extra police officers around the courthouse. There were DPS troopers up on the 7th floor where we are now, where the trial is being held, and you just saw a lot of security. You had DPS troopers even down in the lobby. There are no extra troopers here or any extra Fort Worth PD that I can visibly see. They were very visible on the day of the verdict, and considering that we're still waiting for a verdict in the sentencing, I'm a little surprised that there's not more security. But
yeah, I am too.
They may be somewhere, but they're just not
Well,
visible.
they might be in plain clothes. I mean,
well, we know there's undercover people here clearly, because they said. Now, see, in Dallas, I pretty much know the majority of the criminal intelligence people, and I know who they are, and I would easily spot them in the courthouse. But I don't know the Fort Worth criminal intelligence folks. So,
people are asking if the jury is hung, how long will it take for them to pick a new jury? I'm assuming it'd be a similar process to what we saw when they picked the jury for this. So they had 200 people that came in. They asked them if they knew about the case. They whittled that down until the jurors that were ultimately picked to sit on this case. So, and then to get into the other thing is the scheduling for a case like this is a bit of a nightmare. So, it could be next summer.
And you can expect that these defense lawyers are going to file for a change of venue again and pick a jury in another county,
or try,
because of what they have seen, or try. That is.
Well, could they change a venue on punishment? I don't know if they could do that. I don't know. We'll ask Mike Howard that one, because I know we don't know the answer to that one.
Yeah, I don't know the answer, but I would suspect that you.
I don't know. That seems. I don't know. I'm sure they'll.
I don't either.
Well, we'll ask Mike Howard that one, because I don't know if you can do that. Probably not. If there's any attorneys out there watching us, question is, could they get a change of venue on sentencing? I just don't see how. But it seems. I don't know. I've never.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, uncharted territory here. I'm not sure. I've never faced that, but maybe, I'm not sure.
So Tiffany wants to know: do y'all know if the jurors have information on sentences that that Gallagher read? Yeah, they got a jury charge, and they would be parsing through that language.
Yeah.
As they're doing it, everything that he read in court, they would have that back there with him. So Sheena.
Well, they have the form that they have to answer the questions that they have to check on probation. They have to. So they do have and they have a form that they have to fill out and they have to agree on. So yes, they have all those details.
Yeah, and some of you are asking me some questions that I still feel like I want Mike to answer when he gets here, because I feel like you're asking about him having to stay in jail and kind of all these really much more legal, technical things that would occur if and it's a big if, this jury hangs in punishment. And so I feel like I want to be super careful here, because our goal on what we do here is to give accurate information. We want to be correct, and that's why I've always had legal experts with me. And sometimes even we ran into a situation the other day where when they first announced that he'd been convicted of manslaughter, there was some thought initially that he could get that probation was not on the table. And Rebecca and I was very quickly corrected by a number of lawyers I know who texted me and said, "Oh, no, he can get probation. Because he was not a convicted felon, probation is on the table." And so that was fascinating to me.
Yeah, and I had the opposite. I was saying that he could get probation, and I had a lawyer say, "No, that can't do that in Texas." I'm like, "What?" So I had a lawyer that still believed.
Oh yeah, I saw a lawyer I know, I saw a very prominent lawyer I know on Facebook was saying, "Oh no, he can't get probation," and another lawyer was correcting him saying, "Oh yes, he can," and I was like, "Wow."
This was a prominent lawyer that called me and said, "No, you're wrong, Rebecca. He can't get probation." I'm like, I'm pretty sure I just heard that he could, and because I don't have the penal code right in front of me, I couldn't immediately. But I had enough lawyers saying no, he could, and plus I was in Fort Dyer, so I was able to hear the judge talk about that probation was an option. The judge was very clear to the jury about what to anticipate as they were going into this trial. And so that's why I knew and felt very strongly that the manslaughter was always going to be included as one of the charges, because the judge talked to the jury panel about he talked to the people that were the prospective jurors about manslaughter, about murder, about probation. So I had heard some of this verbiage in Fort Dyer, so that's why I felt comfortable knowing that we were pretty solid ground on some of this stuff.
Yeah, and so Kelly Opie's asking, and by the way, she's in Toronto. She's watching us from Toronto. She sent me a very nice email last night, which I really appreciated. She's asking if we've ever seen a case of a hung jury at sentencing. I haven't, but Rebecca has. Rebecca,
I have one.
Yeah, you've seen that once.
It was a guy that was charged in Corpus Christi in a capital murder. They believe that he'd killed 2 people, and he took the stand, and he was very emotional, very contrite, and there was a juror that hung the jury on the punishment. They just could not bring themselves to sentence this guy to the death penalty. But I don't honestly remember, Tanya, what happened. And I do believe, because back then I believe the law was if you deadlocked on the punishment phase, you had to start all over.
Yeah, and they changed that law.
I do believe it's just till recently that they allowed you just to retry on the punishment phase.
Well,
so I believe back then he got a whole new trial.
Well, in the death penalty in death penalties now, if the jury cannot reach a verdict on punishment, they're sentenced to life in prison without parole automatically. So that was a change. Yeah, the lawyer we were talking about the other day as all this was shaking out. I think Kobe told me that. Just because we're just often parts of the law that don't happen that often, and. But someone was asking again, like, what can happen when if he gets 10 years or less, and yeah, probation is on the table for 10 years or less if the jury recommends it, and if the jury recommends it, the judge has to grant it. So he doesn't have the option not to grant it if the jury recommends it. And he said
they can also do 10 years prison time too. I mean, it doesn't have to, I think you can't split it. You can't do probation and prison time combined. It's one or the other.
Right. So it's going to be, and so I don't know. And we haven't heard of, and they've been back there now heading on into 2 hours again.
Yeah, and nothing. I mean, I haven't even seen the judge's bailiff. That we typically see several times in the morning. The only person I have seen was Miles Brissett early this morning, and then Dale Smith just a little while ago. But no family. Now, it would be very telling if I saw the Dean family come walking through this hallway, or I saw them heading towards the courtroom, or any kind of activity like that. But so far, nothing. Nada.
Just kind of walk folks through. I mean, this courthouse; these are pretty tight quarters over there, right?
Yeah, it's small. I mean, in the Frank Crowley Court building in Dallas, you have these huge, massive hallways, and there's in all of the openings on every floor, there's just these big openings, and so a lot of people congregate there. These hallways here in Tarrant County are really small. They're tight, and there are some pathways around this courthouse that are closed to the public. We can see them, but we can't get to them, and that's how they're getting the families in and out. Now, initially, when Aaron Dean was out on bond, they were not bringing him through those secured areas. They were letting him walk through the media, and it was, quite a circus, honestly.
Well, yeah, because
a lot of us trying to get video of him, and so now. But then at one point they started bringing him in through the more secured area, and now obviously he's in jail and in some kind of holding area when he's under arrest. So.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a different situation at the moment. So somebody was asking if he gets 11 years is there some way probation could come into play? No. If he gets if he gets 10 years and 1 day, he cannot get probation and he cannot get an appeal bond. That's just that's the rules in Texas. And so
he has to go to prison and then hope for parole.
Somebody's asking if he could ever work in law enforcement if he gets probation. No, he's a convicted felon. He cannot work in law enforcement, and I can't imagine.
He can't even be a security guard.
Well, I don't even know what law enforcement agency would hire him in any capacity at this point. They're not. There's no law enforcement agency that even hiring him as a civilian of some sort is going to want to deal with the blowback that would come from that.
All right, here's what an attorney says. I'm trying to listen to make sure that you guys are on point until your expert gets in. Here he says, when I say there will be no plea deal, take that to mean there will be no offer of one, nor do I seek in accepting one. Remember, he has a right to an appeal, and if he gets less than 10 years, he has the right to an appeal bond. So I don't maybe there could still be a plea bargain. That is definitely something I want to ask.
I love that the lawyers out there are watching us, trying to make sure we don't screw up while Rebecca and I are sitting here, chit-chatting and just trying to be, careful here. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to take a little break here for a second. Rebecca probably wants to take a break. Our legal expert will be here in a few minutes, and we'll get him mic'd up, and we will answer your questions. And Rebecca, if that bailiff comes out or you see anything exciting, you got to call us back because the YouTube jury wants to know.
I will hop on. Oh, I see Miles, but he looks like he is. I don't know if it's on purpose. Earlier he was walking around by himself, and I'm getting on an elevator with a deputy, but it looks like he's going up. He's up there. Okay, that's it. I just see Miles, but he's leaving this floor. So
okay. All right, folks, hang tight for a little bit. We're gonna be back. I don't know. Give me about 10 minutes. Well, when my guest gets here, I gotta check him in, and we gotta get situated and get mics on, and just kind of get our stuff together. And then we'll come back and we will answer your questions. And Mike can parse through some of these really complicated questions that you guys have. All right, Rebecca, I appreciate you. Thank you. We'll talk again.
Okay.
Wow. Kept her on the All right, I'm Tanya Iser, an investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm back. I'm joined by Mike Howard. Thank you so much. I called around last night, and Mike answered the call and, and came in to help us out.
Glad to be here.
So we have had, so just to recap before I launch into our conversation. The jury deliberated yesterday in this punishment phase for about 7.5 hours. That includes lunch, breaks, give or take. So, and today they, according to Rebecca, they started deliberating again about 8:15 this morning. So they've now been going more than 2 hours. They spent the night in a hotel. They left the courthouse yesterday with their suitcases. So they obviously thought they were going to get to spend the night somewhere and that it was not going to be their homes. Mike, what are you thinking here?
This is not unusual for this serious of a case, this big of a case. In general, when you deal with murder, manslaughter type charges, it's not unusual for a jury to deliberate 8, 12, sometimes 20 hours. I mean, that's not unusual. The fact that they're sequestered,
that's unusual.
That is unusual. That doesn't happen every day, and of course that is because of how much media coverage and how high publicity this case is. That is uncomfortable for jurors. They're away from their families. They're locked in hotel rooms. They don't get media access. That adds a layer of pressure that makes you think these deliberations won't go as long as they could otherwise.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Myra, is his mic on? Okay, so let's make sure. Let's double check mics.
Double check.
We're going to double check mics. No, his mic is on.
Move it up.
Should be. All right, folks, can you hear him now?
Am I better now?
Are you better now? Is he better? Can you hear him? Well, they can't hear Mike. Okay, so we're going to take out 15. We're going to take out the other mic, and we're going to fix it because I want people to hear Mike. I don't know what's going on with that mic, but we'll just put it. See, now you guys are seeing how the sausage is made. Okay, now can y'all hear him?
Is this better? Okay.
Okay, so let's just start over.
Okay.
So this jury's been out for, now somewhere in the neighborhood of 9.5 hours or so. What do you make of all that?
It's not unusual. Cases this big, this serious, and especially with this much scrutiny, it's not unusual for jurors to be out 8 hours, 12 hours, maybe even 20 hours. They want to get it right, and that's not surprising. The fact that they're sequestered, not being able to go home with their families, that's not as common, and that adds a level of pressure and discomfort to the jury that generally speeds these things up.
People are asking about what time. So they started deliberating at 8:15. Want to be correct on that. We thought it was 8:30 earlier, but Rebecca talked and found out that it was actually they started deliberating at 8:15. So they're well over 9 hours now. What do you think, if fly on the wall? What do you think's going on back there?
I've got to think the jury is broken into two camps. There's very likely someone holding out for, on one camp, probation, and on the other camp, heavy penitentiary time. I think you probably have a split between exactly what the defense was asking for in probation and exactly what the state was asking for in 20 years. This is the type of case that people are very passionate about, and those passions lead to a division in the jury room.
A big division right now, you think?
Yeah, I think so. When you're talking about burglary or theft or drug possession, people don't get as passionate about it, and when people get passionate, they hold on to their beliefs, and I think that's what you have. These jurors know how important this is. They know how important it is to the victim's family and to the defendant and his family, and so they're going to stay in there as long as they need to get it right.
Charlotte, I want to answer your question. Rebecca texted me after she said that and told me 8:15. So I have a text message where she said 8:15, that they started at 8:15. Okay. So, sorry, I'm watching the comments as they're popping up. People had a lot of questions about kind of the what could happen. Mm-hmm. So if this jury hangs, what happens?
If the jury hangs, you already have a verdict on guilt innocence. They've already found him guilty of manslaughter. So if the jury were to hang, they would have a new trial, but the new trial would be on the punishment issue only. So it would only be about sentencing at that point.
Okay, so hey Mike, let's move your mic up just a little bit more. People are still
having trouble.
They're still okay. Is that better?
Hopefully this is better.
Well, we'll get there. It's YouTube. I mean, I kind of say people aren't expecting perfection. They're just they're curious, and so people have been asking questions like, okay, so if the jury hangs in sentencing, can he get an appeal bond?
Yes, that would be up to the judge. The fact that a new trial phase would take some time. They would have to order a new panel, get all started. I think that would lean towards giving him an appeal bond, but ultimately that's going to be up to the judge.
And guys, they were sequestered last night. They were sequestered last night. And that was not surprising to us because they were sequestered during guilt innocence.
And that's the sort of thing you see. Once a jury is sequestered, you expect them to be sequestered all throughout, which is why it's such a big decision on whether either side is going to ask for it and whether the judge is going to grant it, because that's the sort of thing you don't generally come back from, and it's a big imposition on those jurors. It's a big change in their life.
So somebody's asking, if the jury hangs, can they request a change of venue for the new jury, like for punishment?
No, I don't think they can do that. I think the venue question is tied to the original case. That's already been decided. And so if the defense had not already objected to that and gotten a change of venue, if they didn't get the change of venue before, they're not going to get it now.
Yeah, and I suspect on appeal, change of venue is going to be a huge issue.
Yeah, it always is in these cases that get a lot of media coverage and a lot of very strong feelings in the public. So I think that the defense is almost certainly going to appeal on that issue, and that probably will be their central issue.
Do you? So let's say this jury does hang in punishment. Can he change his mind and have the judge sentence him?
That's an interesting question. I don't think he can. I've never seen that come up.
Have you seen this happen?
I've seen cases hang on sentencing, but I've never seen somebody come back and change their mind at that stage. I mean, I think he's made this election. That would be interesting. I frankly don't
think
know.
It's like uncharted legal, because it just doesn't happen that often.
Right.
I mean,
and that's the thing that it's important to remember is we see hundreds and thousands of cases every year, and they all pretty much go a certain way. And cases like this
that zig and zag?
They zig, they zag, they zig when you think they're going to zag. So they really do kind of present novel issues.
I just like every time I'm always wrong about juries. Always.
Yeah, that's a joke amongst attorneys is, trying to figure out what the jury is thinking, trying to figure out what's important to them. It's a fool's errand. Every time you think, oh, this is going to be the central issue, I bet you they're back there thinking this. It turns out to be something completely surprising. That's the thing about putting 12 human beings together is that they are infinitely difficult to predict. People do their own thing, and every time you think they're going to go a certain way, they go another way.
Are you? Well, yeah, and I mean, frankly, I was absolutely positive that yesterday, about mid-afternoon, we'd have a sentencing.
Right.
And then we'd have victim impact, and then we'd, all go home for the day.
Right.
And so suddenly at 5:30, because I refused to accept reality until the jury went home for the day, I'm going, I need a legal guest, because this is really going to go on tomorrow. Like, they're really not going to reach this decision.
Yeah.
Can you explain to folks why probation is potentially on the table in this case?
Sure. So probation is a legal possibility for manslaughter, not murder. Statutorily in the law, you cannot get probation for murder. That's something that used to be, in the early part of my career, that was possible, but that has been the law, that you can't get probation for murder for a long time. But manslaughter, it is a possibility. And so what opens the door to probation is two things. The jury has to give a prison sentence of 10 years or less, first of all, and then that sentence is then probated if the jury recommends it to the judge, and the judge has to follow that recommendation.
Can the judge unilaterally decide to give him probation?
No, the judge has to follow the recommendation of the jury. When you go to the jury for punishment, that's the big decision you as the defendant and the defense attorney are making, is ultimately, do we want the judge making this decision, or do we want the jury? Once you go that way, the judge is locked in by the jury.
Why would you want the judge?
If you, this is one of the reasons you have a lawyer, you trust that lawyer. The lawyer operates in that courtroom every day, knows the tendencies of the judge, knows the judge personally sometimes, and has seen cases like your case in that judge's courtroom, and can say, okay, this judge tends to be more lenient on these issues, as opposed to this judge tends to be, more fire and brimstone. So you know that about an individual judge. So when you pull that straw and you get a certain court, okay, this is a good court for us as the defense, or us as the prosecution, or not.
So, in terms of having a jury determine your sentencing, why would most defendants want that?
Just because you've got 12 people versus one. One person is much easier to sway. When you have 12 people, they tend to balance each other out. You're going to have people that are more emotion driven, and you're going to have people that are much more logic tied. And when you have that balance, by and large, you get, in my opinion, you get more consistent outcomes. When you have one person, a person can wake up on the wrong side of the bed one day. A person can have biases that even they don't know about, and that sort of thing plays in. When it's your life or your client's life on the line, that sort of unknown about one person is really truly frightening.
Right, and so and obviously, if we had a judge if Judge Gallagher was choosing sentence, chances are, we'd already have we'd be done.
Right, because the judge does this for a living. The judge has seen thousands, if not tens of thousands of defendants. The judge has a good idea of what this looks like compared to other cases. Whereas these jurors, for the most part, this is their first time ever seeing anything even remotely like this. Even if they've had jury duty before, they probably haven't been picked. And if they have, it was certainly not a case anything like this. So this is very new and very shocking to jurors. And from a defense standpoint, that always, playing devil's advocate, just a second ago I said I would normally lean towards a jury, but that's always the worry, is that this is the most horrific thing a jury's ever seen or heard, whereas a judge has seen
everything.
So much more. Right. And so, you get, just like an emergency room doctor, you get a certain callousness because you've seen it every day. It doesn't shock you the way it did the first time you saw it.
I mean, I know I certainly have experienced that. I've been a police reporter for 25 years, and certainly things that would have shocked me as a young reporter don't shock me today.
Right.
It takes a lot to truly shock me.
Yeah.
Just because that's just the reality of the things I've covered, the things I've seen. I've seen way more than maybe I ever really wanted to.
Right.
You know?
Right. It's the same thing working as a defense lawyer or a prosecutor. I'm sure as a police officer, you just see the things that average people don't see every day, for good and bad. I mean, obviously
Yeah.
we have an inside look, and yeah, it changes you.
Yeah, it does, and certainly I'm probably a lot more jaded than I was before I started doing this many years ago. So Jason Trahan, who's one of the investigative producers I work with, has a good question. He says, can a judge do an Allen charge to the jury during punishment? And so, like, can you talk about how that would work and what an Allen charge is?
An Allen charge is basically it's the legal name for jury. Hurry up and make a decision. You have to make a unanimous decision. An Allen charge is forcing the jury to continue. Oftentimes what you see is a jury will come back and say we're hopelessly deadlocked, and the judge in an Allen charge is essentially saying go back there and keep trying. That Allen charge tends to usually when you see an Allen charge, you oftentimes see a verdict come quickly after that. If they realize we're not going to be able to get out of this very easily, they tend to go back and keep working at it.
I mean, they haven't sent a note out that I'm aware of at this point. As far according to Rebecca, her last text message to me was that they had not sent any notes out this morning. They haven't given an indication that they're hung. Mm-hmm. Would he unilaterally at some point do it even if they haven't sent out a note, or what? How does this? I mean, because
yeah. Every judge is different, and so I mean there's no hard and fast rule for it. But at some point the judge is likely going to, even if the jury is not giving any notes, the judge is at some point going to say, okay, jury, where are we? A kind of a status check to take their temperature to see how close they are. If they are deadlocked at that point, that's the time that you would think you're going to get an Allen charge. So usually what provokes an Allen charge almost always is the jury saying we're deadlocked, but it can also come if it's been hours and hours and hours and you're not.
When would you
anything.
expect, like, Judge Gallagher to say, okay?
I think later today, I would expect. I can't imagine going into another day without at least the status check.
I definitely cannot imagine going into another day. I mean, I got a lot going on right now.
Yeah, I just got here. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I'm just like, I really cannot imagine going into another day. My kid has got to be on a flight in the morning, and I'm like, oh my goodness, please say no. So I'm not scheduling anybody for tomorrow because I refuse to accept even the possibility that such a thing could be possible.
Right.
So I'm looking at also in the chat at questions. Eugene asks, how often do people convicted of a crime without a criminal background, such as the case with Dean, receive probation, and what are the legal justifications for it? Seems like a rarity. What would you say to that?
When you're not talking about the loss of life, probation for somebody who has no record is very common. If you have never been in trouble before and this is your first time, on the lower level charges, and even very serious charges where someone hasn't lost their life, robbery, aggravated robbery, burglary, those are very serious charges. But if someone has no record, it's very common. I would generally be shocked if somebody gets prison time for a first time offense. When someone loses their life, of course, that changes the game.
Right.
That's a very different thing. In general, it's common. It's more common than not to see prison time when there's loss of life, even with manslaughter. But what the jury's going to be back there weighing is, exactly what the defense was talking about during their closing argument about the three different justifications for sentencing. Punishment for punishment's sake, rehabilitation, and deterrence. They asked that question to jurors. They have a jury questionnaire when you get called for jury duty, and that's one of the questions they typically ask. And jurors are all over the map. And that, at this point, is a really good insight into what those individual jurors what's important to them, what's going to be motivating them. A juror that says punishment for punishment's sake is much more likely to think prison time is appropriate. A juror that thinks rehabilitation is much more likely to give probation. So, the last several juries that I've pulled in Tarrant County have weighed heavily towards punishment for punishment's sake. I get that a lot more there.
How often do you go to Tarrant County?
I was there today. I go there fairly often. I'm mainly based out of Dallas, and so Dallas and Denton and Collin are my kind of mainstays, but I go to Tarrant at least once a month, sometimes 2 or 3 times a month.
How would you describe the jury's differences from what you deal with in Dallas County?
You get a more conservative, more kind of tough on crime mentality in Tarrant County. That is changing with time and demographics. You also get a more kind of more heavily Caucasian, more heavily kind of working folks. You see a lot of people that work with their hands, that have a strong commitment to the police, that have a strong belief that criminals should be punished heavily. That's kind of the mentality. What makes this case interesting, of course, is you have the intersection of that with the intersection of how they feel about the police, and so that's what makes these cases so unique and so interesting.
Well, and also just she's in her own home,
right,
with her weapon that she's legally entitled to have, and she does nothing wrong.
Right, exactly. This is not, the situation where
it's kind of flipping the script.
Right, exactly. It very much flips the script because when you see a quote unquote suspect that gets shot, and you see a lot of what you commonly hear is victim blaming. In those situations, you see a lot of people saying, "Well, what were they up to?" Or when Atatiana is in her home doing absolutely nothing wrong, that's a very, very different situation.
So I'm looking at questions. So Bookworm was asking. So they could choose. Let's say, because this question regards really like if they choose to give him less than 10 years. Mm-hmm. So if they said, okay, we're going to give him 5 years, but they don't elect probation, he's going to serve 5 years.
He's going to serve he's going to serve prison time. Right.
Right. There will be prison time on that. I'm trying to go down here and catch questions here because it's hard to keep up with the questions because they start to roll by pretty fast. I mean, this was a pretty historic verdict in Tarrant County.
Yeah.
Were you surprised by the verdict?
Yeah, yes, very much so. I mean, it was just a few years ago that we started seeing any police officers convicted for deaths in the line of duty at all. Amber Geiger's case in Dallas was still a surprise, given even with the political and the demographic differences between Dallas and Tarrant. That verdict was a surprise. And so, I think a lot of us that work in the criminal justice sphere were looking at this case with a lot of interest because, the kind of old guard, stereotypical knee-jerk response was, I bet you he's found not guilty. This is Tarrant County, but clearly minds are changing.
And what role do you think body cam plays in it?
I think body cam plays a huge role. Body cam is probably the biggest difference we've seen in the criminal justice system. I mean, definitely in my career.
It's a game changer.
I think it's the biggest shift that's ever occurred. Maybe even bigger than DNA, just because you see black and white what actually happened. There, you can't put any spin on the ball, so to say. You can't say, it's no longer just an officer's word. The officer is going to say what they say happened, and then you're going to have a video, and you're going to see exactly how it goes down, and exactly who said what, how they said it. And, I mean, that means a lot.
Well, and I would love to get, when this is all said and done, I would love to talk to a couple of jurors because I suspect that the body cam played a huge role because, that body cam showed that there's about a half a second between when he utters the command to show your hands and the firing of the shot, which would tend to indicate that he's uttering the command and firing simultaneously. He never says the word gun before or after he shoots her when he's outside. And when he goes inside, he says, looks like we have a weapon here. Well, did you know you had a weapon?
It seems very strange that you would say that after the fact if you already knew there was a weapon, and if seeing that weapon was what motivated you to shoot. Absolutely. That's a very telling statement.
Yeah, the body cam is just I just don't think he gets convicted without the body cam. And then I think the other thing that was, and Rebecca and I talked about this, is that in closing arguments in the punishment phase, one of the things that Dale Smith did was he put out, right towards the end of his argument, he put out photos of Atatiana's hands and showed that she didn't have any glass in her hands, and he talked about the cone of glass, and that had she been like this, because there was glass in her face,
that you're going to have
glass in your hands.
Yeah.
And that was really fascinating. So what he was telling the jury is she had to have been more leaned down based on where the glass went, and that was interesting to me. That I found that compelling.
Right.
Really compelling.
I think anytime, people generally, but especially in the day where everybody's been fed Law and Order and SVU and all these shows about forensic science, that's been such a focus of criminal police drama shows for the last 30 years, that people expect that. And if there's not DNA, they're expecting some sort of physical scientific evidence. And when you get something like that, where glass shards went, where they were, where they weren't, that is the sort of thing jurors will pay a lot of attention to. When there's not DNA evidence that turns a case on identity, the jurors start to look for, okay, well, give me something concrete. I don't want to take his word or not. That's so fuzzy. People want something concrete to put their, to hang their hat on. Well,
because God knows we know that eyewitness testimony has shown to be very problematic.
Which is, so interesting to me because, I haven't been doing this forever, but I've been doing it a long time. And the shift in perception about eyewitness is, it could not be more different, 180 degrees. When I started my career, we knew in the criminal justice sphere that eyewitnesses were at the very least very suspect. But your average juror, that was number one. The most reliable thing that they would look for is, what does an eyewitness say? And that has really, really changed. And you still get some jurors that put a lot of faith in eyewitnesses, but it's by far not the norm anymore. People, they've seen too much.
Well, and I covered a case, this wasn't an issue with eyewitness testimony, but I covered a case of a guy, his name is Stephen Chaney. He's since passed away from cancer, but Stephen spent, I forget how many years in prison, decades in prison, and he was convicted based on bite mark testimony, which has been completely proven to be completely bogus.
Yeah.
So bogus.
Yeah.
And so, just the things that stock was put into about how good or bad they were, that's completely changed.
Yeah, it really has. And what's interesting is the dynamic I was just talking about how people, just human beings, want something hard. They want something scientific to hang their hat on. That's why we've seen the misuse and overuse of kind of pseudoscience. That the police, prosecutors, investigators know how much jurors want something, hard science to look at, and so they go looking for bite mark and dog sniff and all these kind of oh boy, it's funny when you actually stop and listen to what this supposed scientific evidence is. You think, who would ever
believe that?
Right? Who would ever believe that? But you get an officer takes the stand and they talk about it, and they talk about how it's it's credible science and it's been validated by all this and that, and it's amazing, at least in the past, what people have swallowed.
Oh yeah, I mean, Stephen Chaney. I mean, there was absolutely, I mean, no evidence that Stephen Chaney had committed that crime. There's two people that were murdered, and his fingerprints were in their house, but that's because he had been to their house, and he was a friend of theirs.
So of
And-
course you're gonna.
Yeah.
Your friend's fingerprints are all over your
and
house.
so
yeah.
this completely bogus testimony about bite mark and the Innocence Project helped get. Well, I think I'm trying to remember, was the Innocence Project? I think they were involved in that case, and also the public defender's office was involved with it. I know one of the attorneys that handled that case. Sorry, she's married to Peter. My brain's like.
Julie Doucette.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. She handled that case,
Yep,
and
yep.
so it was just I think, and I forget how many years Chaney spent in, but it was over 20 years.
It's
Long
one thing
time.
we have in Dallas. I came up through the Dallas Public Defender's Office, and I very proudly can point to that because we've had a bunch of really fantastic people through the Dallas Public Defender's Office, especially working with the exonerees. Michelle Moore was one of my mentors, Julie Doucette as well, and they've, personally responsible for 10, 20, 30 people being found,
How many years were you in the
exonerated.
PD's office?
I was in for 5 years.
5 years.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
And you said you worked at Legal Aid before,
I started my career at Legal Aid.
which is unusual.
Yeah. I had I really believed in fair representation for folks who couldn't afford a lawyer, and so Legal Aid is like the public defender's office for civil cases for people that aren't charged with a crime but have some sort of civil matter. I did a lot of housing, wrongful evictions, consumer protection. Worked with the homeless population in Dallas, but ultimately I knew criminal law was what I wanted to do, so I went to the public defender's office, and I really enjoyed my time there.
You and I were talking before we started up the live stream about about this. What do you make of the jury asking for body cam and general orders in this phase of the trial?
Not at all surprising to ask that question. What's surprising is that they asked for it during sentencing. That is the type of evidence that you expect them to really want to look at carefully when they're looking at guilt innocence. But to use the word off air, they're kind of relitigating that issue.
Why would they do that?
I think ultimately at the end of the day, they want to see, put in regular terms, they just want to see just how bad it really was. And so I think going back and looking at that, weighing the argument that the defense made that we're judging this man based on 1 second or less than 1 second of his life, I'm sure that has weight. I'm sure that has weight with at least some of the jurors. And so, okay, well that's a good argument. Let's look at that again. Let's really put our eyes on that and see what that body cam looks like. And then the general orders, how close or far away does the jury feel like he was from what he should have been doing? The farther away he is, the worse that body cam looks, the better for the prosecution and the worse for the defense.
But I'm still stunned that we're now closing in on 7.5 plus 3, 10.5 hours.
Yeah. I when you and I were talking last night about this, I generally see verdicts come, first thing in the morning after they've had a chance to go home at night and everybody thinks about it and they come back. We see a lot of verdicts real early, and then we see a lot of verdicts at the end of the day and sometimes just after lunch. And so, we're
Any guesses?
I'm thinking probably early to middle afternoon is my guess.
Like right after lunch, which is what I thought we were going to be yesterday.
Right.
And I was completely wrong. Jason Trahan has another question he sent me. He said, often after a contested case, prosecutors and defense lawyers can ask to meet with jurors to learn more about what worked and what didn't work during the trial. Do you think that both sides of this case would be interested in talking to the jurors after the fact?
I think so. The one caveat I'll give is that that's a highly individualized question for every, some lawyers, they are spent. It's a very emotional for both the prosecution and the defense to have so much and so such important issues weighing on them. There are a lot of lawyers that say the last thing I want to do is talk more about this case, and they walk away. Most lawyers, though, want to go back and hear first of all, curiosity. What was it that moved the jury? That's always a question. But then also, what, like you said, what worked, what didn't work, what did they find compelling and not? Because, like I was saying earlier about jurors surprise you, lawyers go in thinking this is going to be the important thing, this is what I'm going to argue about, and then oftentimes it's not that the jurors really focus on. And so finding out what did this jury focus on helps a lawyer come back next time and know how to present their argument for the next case.
Well, especially if for some crazy reason this jury hangs.
Yeah. Then both sides want to know, okay, well, we're going to be trying this case again. So how can we focus our presentation, make it cleaner, make it easier to understand, make it more compelling?
And Jason also asked, are the jurors obligated to talk to the lawyers?
No. There's one thing you'll hear every judge say. I can almost hear a chorus of judges saying it in my head. The lawyers oftentimes want to come back and talk to you. You're under no obligation to talk to anybody at this point. You can stay and talk to them if you wish, but you don't have to. It is pretty common for one or two at least jurors to excuse themselves. When I've gone back to talk to juries, I pretty commonly will get 9-10 jurors that stay. Sometimes they all stay, and sometimes they all go. I've seen all of it.
So Eugene asks, from a defense standpoint, would it be bad to have another jury have to decide the sentence in the case of a hung jury here?
From the defense standpoint, at this point, you have to weigh a hung jury as a partial victory. The prosecution does not want a hung jury. The defense almost always is obviously you want a not guilty, you want a probation sentence at this point from the defense standpoint, but you're happy with delay. It opens the door. Well, maybe the prosecutors will be willing to negotiate
a plea deal
at this point. They wouldn't give us X, Y, and Z before, but maybe they will now.
But if he was to take a plea deal, he'd be accepting the sentence, right?
That's right. That's right.
And he's going to want to appeal.
I'm sure he's going to want to appeal. You never know. It's such a highly individualized decision. Police officers, wanting to avoid prison, if he could get a plea offer of probation, that would be a very difficult choice to make, because officers know realistically life in prison for a police officer, a former police officer, is dangerous.
Even in protective custody.
Even in protective custody, because it can't be perfect, and protective custody itself is not a cakewalk. I mean, you are devoid of human contact for the most part. So it would be a very, very difficult decision. Obviously, on the one hand, you would be, if you had that offer made, you would be guaranteeing yourself no prison, but you're giving up the one big thing you have left, which is the right to appeal.
Did you see the stuff that happened on Friday with the guy getting arrested?
No, I did not.
Oh yeah, that was pretty wild.
Outside the courthouse?
Well, hey Myra, this is our Ryan stand-in. She's very nice. We all like her. Are you able to cue that video up?
Yeah, let me find it.
Because I want to show Mike this, because I can't ask him about something he hasn't seen. Sorry, folks. Mike wasn't watching this gavel to gavel. It would be a difficult ask because you actually have cases that you're working.
I had a case I had to go out and work this morning before I could be here.
Yeah, I know. And believe me, I was appreciative. Last night, I was starting to worry that I knew I would find someone, but it was just a matter of how long it was going to take, and it was kind of a crazy deal. So while Myra is getting that video queued up so we can talk about the Manuel Mata situation, and Myra, do you have also the explanation? So we have the video of what happened, and then the explanation from the. So I want to play that kind of back to back, so that way Mike understands the full context before we start talking about it. So you worked on the Geiger case.
I did. I was not one of the frontline lawyers, but I'm friends with them, the Amber Geiger's lawyers, and they asked me, along with a cast of several other lawyers, to come help them prepare for trial, and specifically prepare the defendant, Ms. Geiger, for her testimony. And that's something that's very common. You know, when you know that your client is going to testify, you want to get them as much exposure to what a cross-examination is going to look like, and you don't know what the prosecutor is going to ask. And so you want to bring in different personalities, different styles of lawyer to come in
like a mock trial?
Do a mock cross-examination. And so I did a mock cross-examination. It was a very, very interesting window into that case.
And how did she? I mean, I thought she did pretty well.
I thought she did very well. In her testimony. That's in any sort of, whether it's self-defense or justification type case, the defendant's testimony becomes the central issue. If you're asking the jury to say that you were justified, then we want to hear from you, and you better give us a very clear, easy to understand explanation. And a case like that, where it's complicated and there's layers to it, you as the defense team really have to work to simplify a strange and difficult story and make it as easy to understand for that jury as possible.
What did you think she did well at? Because that's going to lead me into talking about Dean.
Sure. I thought she did well showing her humanity. A lot of times, I think officers put on that, on the one hand, professionalism. They want to appear professional, but also I think there's a certain I don't want to name call it, but kind of tough guy attitude.
And on top of that, she's a female officer.
And then a woman in a quote unquote man's world. I think she just my take on watching her. I think there's a fair amount of I need to be tough enough.
That bravado.
I need to be one of the boys. I need to be just as tough as everybody else, or tougher. And the concern from a defense lawyer standpoint is then you're going to appear cold and unfeeling and very negative. And so I think she did a very good job of showing who she is without it appearing fake. On the one hand, you don't want to look like you're shedding big crocodile tears up there and make people think that you're putting on a show. So that's a very difficult path to run for any person, and I think she did a good job of it.
No, I thought she did too, and I think that the jury in that case determined that Botham Jean was doing nothing wrong, and he was eating a bowl of ice cream, and that she had to pay a penalty for that.
Yep.
But I think her testimony went a long way to mitigating and getting her to 10 years versus spending an enormous amount of time behind bars.
That's right. Yeah. And the parallels to this case are, besides just a police shooting, you have someone in their own home, you have someone doing absolutely nothing wrong, and you have the officer testifying. And so I think that's going to be a key question, is how much did the jury connect with Aaron Dean during his testimony?
Kobe Warren was with me when Aaron Dean testified, and we both agreed that he did not do well.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I know Kobe's a very good lawyer, and I 100% agree with both of y'all's take on that. I think that he did not come off very well. Anytime you don't show contrition, he gave himself a B?
He gave himself a B.
Oh,
and
boy.
He did it after he's they go through, the prosecutor, Dale Smith, takes him through this litany of, mistakes he made, and then he's still sticking with the B, and I'm just gosh.
It's hard, right? Because you as the defendant are trying to say, what I did was not wrong, find me not guilty. But at the same time, you have to show at least some human contrition. You have to say, look, while I think I was justified under the law based on what happened, I'm so sorry this happened. Boy, I wish I could have done it differently. And yeah, I didn't see that from him. The worry from a defense standpoint is that he came off as callous and unfeeling and arrogant.
Not to say he is.
Not to say he is, but that's the worry. If I was his defense lawyer, that's exactly what would be gnawing at my stomach right now. Is I'm worried that jury's back there thinking my client is a bad guy, is unfeeling, and that plays into the testimony that they heard from the forensic psychologist who did the review, Dr. Clayton. Saying that he was arrogant and saying that he was, narcissistic. And when the jury sees a display of that, and that lines up with what Dr. Clayton said, that's worrisome for the defense.
Yeah, it's kind of this weird line that I think an officer in this situation has to walk. You have to both justify your actions, but also express contrition for the loss of life.
Yep.
And Geiger did that well.
Yep.
Aaron Dean did not.
Aaron Dean did not. And I think that's, if this case was in Dallas County with the differences in politics and demographics and everything of just the general feel of a jury, I would confidently predict a much higher sentence for Aaron Dean if this case was being tried in Dallas. Does he get convicted of murder? I think he probably would have been.
And Kobe thought that the prosecution met the burden for murder.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think they did. I think that there was evidence there, and I think that just comes down to the way individual jurors look at a case and perceive evidence based on their backgrounds, based on their politics, on the way they were raised. That that's both what is so good and what is scary about a jury trial. It is highly individualized, and a Dallas jury is different from a Tarrant County jury, is different from a California jury. I mean,
those Californians. Sorry, guys. Californians out there.
But that's the big thing that people want, and it's totally natural to want apples to apples comparisons to other cases. That's the way we as human beings think. But the reality is, not only is every case unique, but every jury is unique, every jurisdiction is unique, every judge is unique. So it really is a lot. It is a lot.
You got it queued up?
I have the arrest. Do you remember what time the explanation was yesterday?
The explanation was first thing yesterday morning.
Okay, I'll find that, but I can play the other video.
How long is that first video?
The arrest is about 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, let's Mike, let's make sure that your headphones are working, because I want Mike to hear this. Can you make sure Myra, that his headphones are on and everything's good? Because I've seen it multiple times. And then if you can't hear it, I want to make sure Mike hears it, because I know most of the YouTube jurors saw this, so.
Mr. Brissett.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Mata has graced us with his presence. We ask that he be sworn in and put under the rule.
Is there a Mr. Mata in the courtroom? You can stand right there at the rail for me, please, sir. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I don't know what this is about.
Hey, Judge, may we approach?
I don't understand what's going on.
I'm swearing you in as a witness. So,
Under what authority, sir?
all right, jury, go to the jury room. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Mata? Yes. Is your name Manuel Mata?
Yes, sir.
Your date of birth is 7/8 of 1980?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have issued you an oath to testify truthfully. Are you going to take that oath?
I have a question, sir.
No. Are you going to take that oath?
No.
All right. You are on bond on some cases, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Those bonds are being declared insufficient, Sheriff.
What, sir? What's going on? What did I do? I need my lawyer present, sir.
We will get your lawyer.
You questioned me without a lawyer present. And I don't know what y'all doing. I don't know what's going on. For what? For what? I asked him a question. I don't have no knowledge of this case. And I just wanted to know who's asking for me to be sworn in. The DA, the defense, the judge, who's asking it? Those are questions I need answers if you're gonna revoke me. You ain't gotta be aggressive when you do.
Let me see the lawyers.
Yeah, we can't.
It's gotta be awesome.
So that took place, I forget what time that took place. That was Friday in the afternoon. I want to say mid-afternoon. And then and Myra is clipping the video so we can replay the explanation, but I'll sum it up in a nutshell and then we'll play it once she gets it queued up. Essentially, Miles Brissett, the defense attorney, said the reason they wanted to swear him in was so they could question him, so they could continue their change of venue argument they've been making, because they said that Manuel Mata was among a group of people that were making threats to the Dean family on Thursday after the verdict was rendered by the jury, and so they essentially said he was engaged in terroristic threats. And so the judge then said that, my paraphrase, and again we'll replay it, that out of an abundance of caution, because he was near the Dean family in the courtroom, and yada yada, that he opted to do what he did. But I don't know. I'm curious what you think.
It's certainly interesting. You don't expect. A judge can, if you refuse to take the oath, the judge can hold you in contempt. That's always an option. So it's not like there was not legal precedent or justification to do it. But yeah, I mean, it certainly is. Certainly is interesting.
Judge Gallagher?
I do.
Are you surprised by that?
Judge Gallagher is, former defense attorney. He amongst the Tarrant County judges, from a defense lawyer standpoint, I think he maybe not leans the defense way, but I think he's perceived to be a little bit more friendly towards the defense in general than the average. But he's also very no nonsense, and so I don't think any judge takes well to a person in their courtroom not abiding by their rules. Judges are
right. In that case, he wanted him to be sworn in.
Be sworn in. Take the oath and no, I'm not going to. I don't think anytime I see a judge get upset or have consequences for you not following their orders, that's not that surprising.
Okay. Do you think that there's any potential violations of judicial conduct?
I don't think so. Just if I was the defense, I might, if I was certainly that gentleman's lawyer, I'd be making that argument. But as an outsider, I think that you can always be held in contempt if you refuse to answer questions and you're properly subpoenaed. Then,
well, I don't think he was under subpoena.
Oh, then that gets interesting.
Well, let's talk about that.
Okay.
He was, as far as I know, he was not under subpoena. I have no indication that he was under subpoena.
Okay.
And they didn't mention that.
On that, yeah, that's right.
So
that's right.
When they explained it on yesterday, they didn't say, "Oh, he was under subpoena." No, nothing like that. So, what's the potential problems with him not being under subpoena?
I mean, I think if you're under subpoena, it's a more straightforward. A subpoena is a court order to show up, and then you're called to testify. However, once you're in a courtroom, the subpoena is about getting you to the courtroom. Once you're in a courtroom, if one side or the other calls you to testify, that judge is then saying, "Okay, come forward." I'm gonna swear you in. Will you take the oath? I mean, at that point, I think the judge was within his powers to hold somebody in contempt for.
But what about revoking the bonds?
Revoking the bonds, it is a very open question about what makes a bond insufficient. The obviously committing a crime while you're on bond is going to make your bond insufficient. The allegations that he was making, terroristic threats to the Dean family, could certainly be enough to hold his bond insufficient. The being held in contempt could be enough to hold his bond insufficient. So this is like so many things in the law. There are no black and white yes no answers in the law. There's always.
I mean, I was troubled by what I saw.
Yeah, yeah. But so that's what makes this hard to answer, is that this is not something you see every day, and it's not an easy answer.
Yeah, and the judge, and when we replay the part, like I said, Myra's working on it. The judge did reinstate his bonds, and he has been released. So,
Boy,
what does that tell you?
I think the judge. My assumption is that the judge had some time to think about it.
Spend a nice weekend pondering.
Pondering. Also sometimes you see judges want to get somebody's attention and they'll put them in the holdover cell.
Got my attention.
I've certainly seen that many times, where judges will hold someone in contempt or have them put into the holdover cell that's attached to the courtroom and give them some time to think about it, only to let them back out. I've seen that happen. So that's not unusual, but it does make you wonder if maybe the judge thought, I may want to rethink that.
Well, and this particular judge has been disciplined by, or had a case thrown out on appeal for shocking.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. That's what makes Judge Gallagher an interesting, because like I said, I've been in his courtroom many times. He's very pleasant in my interactions with him.
I really like him.
He has a good reputation generally, which was what made that incident where he was disciplined really shocking. I mean, the facts of itself were shocking, but it seemed to be such an aberration. And I think, I'm not defending anybody here, right or wrong, but I think it is common. Judges are the kings or queens, they're the emperors of their courtroom, and no judge takes kindly to somebody not following their rules.
Right, exactly. And I think, it's like even with live streaming, we wouldn't be able to live stream this trial without Judge Gallagher's consent. He has the absolute authority to say yay or nay to live streaming, in terms of how that's done. And so that's, we understand in the press corps, we understand that, what we're doing right here is a privilege, not a right. And
Absolutely.
And of course, I love live streaming trials because I think it's fascinating.
Yeah.
So the other thing that's going on, and I think part of what feeds into what's going on is that you have a number of people who've also broken the gag order.
Right.
And so the mayor, Maddie Parker, and a council member, Chris Nettles, and maybe one or two other people, I don't know, we're still, Rebecca and I haven't, last thing I knew yesterday, Rebecca was checking on that. I don't think we ever got any word on who all had been. If you YouTube jurors have heard anything, let me know. But that there's going to be contempt hearings on January 4th for people that have broken the gag order. That's also pretty extraordinary.
It is. Although we saw that in the Amber Geiger case as well with John Creuzot. Having that issue. So
although I thought that was kind of ridiculous.
I agree, and ultimately it didn't stand. Gag orders.
There was some grandstanding there.
I think that was, yeah.
As you well know,
Right.
I'm familiar with that situation, and there was definitely grandstanding going on.
Yeah.
But yeah. What do you think Gallagher will do at that contempt hearing?
Any contempt hearing is essentially, a show cause is what we call it in the law. And, you come here and show cause to me, the judge, why you shouldn't be held in contempt of my order. And so it's going to be an opportunity to kind of call these players down onto the carpet, explain yourself. It's so individualized. It's hard to say. Sometimes judges do that simply as not a scare tactic, but I'm going to remind you of my authority, and I'm going to slap you on the wrist, and hopefully the experience of having to be brought down here and having to worry about am I going to jail or am I going to be fined is enough to get you to not do this sort of thing in the future. And sometimes judges are very serious about their
he's
contempt
warned
hearing.
people over and over. Essentially, if someone was asking who all is covered by the gag order, I'd have to go back and look at it, but I think it pretty much covered the entire council. It covered both sides of the defense. It covered the families, and as you can imagine, with this case getting the amount of attention it got, they were trying to lower the temperature.
Right. Right.
And prevent a change of venue.
Right. And that of course then raises interesting questions of, it's one thing to gag the lawyers involved. That's very common. You and I both know that, judges ordering the lawyers not to make comments because you're trying to make sure one side or the other isn't putting their thumb on the scale and trying to affect the way the jurors see the case. That's common. Once you start going outside of that and getting private
citizens,
citizens,
a First Amendment issue.
That's exactly my thought. Is we have a very strong First Amendment in this country that says the government generally can't restrict speech before it happens, and so punishing someone for saying something after the fact is much more legally permissible. If you say something and it looks like it was intended to affect the outcome of the trial and it violates an order after the fact, that's one thing. But the First Amendment, the whole idea of prior restraint, trying to stop someone from saying something before they even say it, is generally frowned upon. And so it'll be interesting if that goes forward. I think that gag order being so broad will run into some First Amendment challenges.
I think so too. Myra, you have that video queued up?
The explainer, yes.
And how long is it?
It's about 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay, so we're going to play. Let's take a listen to this video.
Before we bring the jury in, does either side have anything we need to put in the record?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
We do, Judge. Mr. Brissett? Traditionally, under Rogers versus State, the defense would put stuff on outside the presence of the jury and the state for trial strategy purposes, but given the events that have transpired over the last 2 days we've been in court, I think it's appropriate to make sure the record's very clear as to what was going on Thursday evening outside the Kim Curry Criminal Justice Center, if I may.
Yes.
So, without revealing sources and methods, when the Dean family was removed or escorted from the building, there were individuals not part of the Carr family at all. They've been most gracious to us and to the Dean family throughout this whole trial. There are hangers-on, though, that have taken it upon themselves to interject themselves in this case. And one of those is Mr. Mata. Mr. Mata and several other individuals, some dressed in full military fatigues, some dressed in full face coverings or baklavas to hide their identity, decided to speak in words that probably shouldn't be spoken in open court and cause the Dean family to be in fear to the level I'd say rises to Texas Penal Code 2207 of terroristic threat. Without revealing which law enforcement agencies were in plain clothes, law enforcement officials that are Texas peace officers were in close contact with the family and observed the 2207 violations. And at the time, they did not know who Mr. Mata was. As we came into Thursday evening, at the same time that's going on, simultaneously a series of death threats were being issued to the defense team as a whole via communication systems, which isn't the first time we've received death threats, but these were more specific and carried the same tone and nature that was going on the streets outside the Justice Center at the time. As we went on to the next day, Friday, when we were here last in court, initially the state was gracious enough to provide us an image of Mr. Mata from the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department system. Mr. Mata has a series of pending cases. He's also a convicted felon. He has assaulted cases in his past, and the undercover plainclothes officers were not able to do a positive identification based on the last mugshot that we had in the system. It wasn't until Mr. Mata made his appearance here in your actual courtroom that the plainclothes officers were able to positively identify Mr. Mata as being one of the same that did a bull rush toward one of their vehicles and was creating the overtones of the terroristic threat. This court's well aware during the history of this building, though we have metal detectors, other objects that can cause people serious bodily injury have been brought into this building surreptitiously. My law partner, Bob Gilman, he was a prosecutor, was attacked with a knife made out of a glass shank during Capitol Board Ire at one point. Metal detectors only do certain things. Mr. Mata sat within the 21-foot rule of the Dean family in the courtroom. As the state's expert, Mr. Priest, talked about 21 feet, probably should be 35 at this point. He had on multiple layers of clothing. We could not identify if he had anything on him. The same people he was threatening to cause harm to the day before, he's now within arm's reach of in the courtroom. The defense's contention all along is this case should have been moved out of town for publicity and the security risks that were going to go on. The defense asked to have Mr. Mata sworn in and others sworn in at the time last week to make a bill of exception to our continued issue of the change of venue. We were going to do that with Mr. Mata at a break. That's why we asked to have him sworn in. Mr. Mata refused to take the oath, and everybody else got to see what happens when you choose not to take the oath at that point, and they're disrespectful to a court that's in session. So for those reasons, that's why we asked to have Mr. Mata sworn in without revealing all the sources and methods of the undercover peace officers that are assisting in this case. We felt that the terroristic threat event that took place on Thursday warranted him being sworn in to be put as part of a proffer for our bill of exception as to why the change of venue had not been granted.
The court had received information from security as to their concerns as to Mr. Mata, and additionally the state had furnished to the court a list of his convictions, his pending cases. There are multiple convictions for assault. There are 4 pending cases for interference with public duties. And when I saw him come into the courtroom and sit within the immediate reach of the Dean family, it caused me some concern. But that is over. My goal is to do a fair trial and to make everybody feel safe in this courtroom. And
if I could add, Judge, without revealing our sources and methods, Mr. Mata is quoted in the hallway, "I shouldn't be here today. I know I'm going to be arrested." And that was on Friday, indicating, I guess, events previous, which I can only think would be the terroristic threat crime that he committed, not only in the presence of those plainclothes, uniformed sheriff's department, and Tarrant County Criminal District attorney employees that can witness and know what a violation of law is when they see it.
well, as I said previously, my goal is to protect everyone. In fact, when all this was happening, I looked up and the state was over in the well of the jury box, away from their tables, and I felt what I needed to do at the time to protect everyone for courtroom security. Mr. Mata's bonds will be reinstated today, and so we can move on.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
You know, I think it's interesting. A couple of things. I mean, one, from the judge's standpoint, I've got to think that he's going to get a lot of leeway from the Judicial Ethics Board, but also the courts of appeal on taking reasonable actions to ensure the safety of the courtroom. If you've got somebody who comes in and sits close to the family on either side, especially in a case that's this highly charged, I could see him taking that action. I think the fact that he then let Mr. Mata out, once security has been able to, they're obviously if he goes into custody, they're going to search him. They're going to determine whether he has a weapon on him or there's anything that could possibly be threatening. Once they determine that he's not, letting him back out, I think probably Judge Gallagher is acting within the realm of reasonable as far as that goes. From the entire clip, though, I mean, for the viewers watching, why this is important. The defense wants to make a record outside the presence of the jury of exactly what's happened, because the appeals court, when this case goes up on appeal, the appeals court can only look at the court record, can only look at what the court reporter has written down that's happened. So you can't say, well, this wasn't on the record, but there's this thing that happened. So the defense, it's very important for the defense to come and say, okay, we want to make a record of this thing that just happened, explain the background behind it, and go through it, because ultimately this is probably their best argument for why the case should have been transferred to another venue. When, it's one thing to say there are vague threats against the family and that made, them afraid to testify. It's another thing when you can say, and here is one of those threats. This gentleman has made these specific threats.
But
they
weren't specific about the threats.
True. They made reference to words that they didn't want to say in open court. That was in front of some plainclothes officers that were around the family. It will be interesting to see if Mr. Mata is charged with terroristic threat. Terroristic threat is making threats to a person that go kind of beyond the line of puffery.
Couldn't they have just banned him from court? That was a question from one of the commenters.
Yeah, they could have. Judges. What makes this difficult is judges do as much as they can to keep an open courtroom. We have something in our law, in the Texas Constitution, that requires an open court.
They locked the court doors at one point.
Right, and
on Friday, which is pretty unusual. That's putting it mildly.
You see this interplay between, when I'm speaking as the judge, I want to keep control of this courtroom. I don't want this to turn into a circus on the one hand, versus I want to keep an open courtroom because that's the law and the public's entitled to know what's going on. And then at the same time, I'm trying to balance security. Those things, it's a difficult balancing act. After the fact, had something happened either to Atatiana's family or to the Dean family, of course, people would be saying, well, how could that have happened? Wasn't there security? It's very difficult, I think. Shutting down the courtroom momentarily is an unusual step, but at the same time, the judge has also allowed the public to watch via a live stream.
Well, they did shut down the live stream at one point.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
At one point, the live stream got shut down, and so did the courtroom.
Well, that's interesting.
And Rebecca tried to go in and couldn't go in.
This was
during the part when I think it was during the part when they were calling in Councilman Nettles and some of that, and maybe Maddie Parker.
Yeah.
It was surrounding some of this contempt stuff.
Oh boy. Yeah, that is very, very interesting because
that's a potential problem.
That is a potential problem, and we were talking about it earlier. Live stream, even cameras in the courtroom, is not the norm. In federal trials, you almost never see it, and in state trials, it's a little more common.
I can't think of a federal trial, where they did have a live stream. I don't think it's allowed.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. You almost never see anything like that in the federal system. In the state system, it's more common, but it's still not the norm. And live streaming, we as the public, we think of big cases. We think of it's been a long time, but O.J. Simpson, and there's a bunch of big examples, but you have to remember those are a drop in the bucket compared to every other case. And so it is not normal. And so allowing a live stream is a pretty big thing, but it is interesting to shut it down. I've got to think, I hope there was a good justification for that.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
We have questions, and they have not yet been answered.
Valid questions that are unanswered.
And I get shutting down the live stream temporarily, but locking that courtroom when court is in session, I have a real issue with that.
I agree. There better be a specific, credible threat or something. I can't even imagine what would justify those two actions happening together.
And so with Manuel Mata, what if they never charge him with terroristic threat? I mean, they said in open court, they basically accused him of it.
Right. It's going to be interesting if he is charged, and we find out later what specific threat he made and how specific and how valid it was. That would lend more credence to a defense argument that that the venue should have been changed. If he's not charged, then I think that kind of leaves a pretty big hole in their argument. Of course, the defense would say, well, it's the state who gets to choose whether or not to charge him or not. So isn't that convenient? They chose not to charge him because that hurts their change of venue argument.
Right.
So
right.
It's I don't.
Well, they could get a special prosecutor
they could
to make that decision.
And frankly, they probably should. Obviously that's not my decision to make as a private attorney.
But if you were advising the Tarrant County DA's office, you'd say get a special.
Better safe than sorry. It's one of the things we say all the time in the criminal justice system. It's not so much whether or not there is impropriety, it's the appearance. You don't want people on the outside to be thinking, oh, this whole thing is a sham, this whole thing is, this is a setup. You want people to be able to have faith in our justice system, and there is a lot of justifiably skepticism about our criminal justice system, and so if I were advising any of the parties involved, I think the most transparency you can give to try to let people see it so that they can accept it, the better.
Okay, so I want to talk about one more thing, then we'll call Lopez, and then we're going to take a lunch break because I think this jury's going to go for a while, and I assume they're going to probably take lunch soon, so we probably should also, because it could be a long afternoon. One more appeals case that's been brought up is Gray versus State, which was a case where a 2009 case where a guy was convicted of assault. It was a lesser included.
Okay.
And essentially the appeals court threw it out, finding that they didn't meet the elements of the offense for that lesser included. How much of a potential problem will it be if the appeals court determines that the prosecution didn't meet the burden of the lesser included of manslaughter?
A huge problem. If the appeals court finds that, then it invalidates the conviction and we're back to square one. But
they can't go back to murder.
No, they can't go back to murder.
Because he's acquitted on that.
Right. So that would be a huge problem. I think that would be, every case is highly fact specific, and so just because a lesser included was found guilty and then overturned doesn't leave a big door open for the Dean defense. But it's possible. It's possible. It would depend on what the specific facts are. It is I think worth reminding people, just because it's a lesser charge doesn't mean you get it every time. It's not, oh, well, we don't think it's murder, so next we consider manslaughter, and if it's not murder, then it's necessarily manslaughter. These are open questions. The difference between murder and manslaughter is the mindset of the person. It's not intentional, it's not knowing, it's reckless. Well, there is a legal definition of reckless, and you have to then break that down. This is what lawyers spend all our time doing. You start breaking down that word into its definition and break those words down, and was there specific evidence about that mindset?
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting because he testified that his act was intentional.
Right. Yeah.
So
ultimately it's up to the jury to decide, and the appeals court will decide, was there evidence on this? Was his action a gross deviation from the standard of care an ordinary person would have done? It'll be interesting.
It will be interesting. Let's call Rebecca real quick, and then we're gonna break for lunch after we chat with her for a few minutes, and then again, since I think this afternoon is going to be a long afternoon. My instincts tell me I've been wrong at every point, but I think it's going to be. I feel like it's going to be all day.
I think it could be all day, at this point.
They went 13 hours on guilt innocence. It feels like we're heading on into that territory. Let's see if she answers. All right. Well, she's not answering, of course. I should have told Myra to call her. I got her voicemail. All right. So. Rebecca had told me, I had told her that to call me if anything was happening, so I assume that nothing is happening. We're probably all just still here in this waiting game. Of this jury's been. So I'm going to give a quick recap, and then Mike and I are going to break for lunch. So this jury started deliberating about 8:15 this morning. They've now been going for well over 3 hours, heading on into 4. I'm guessing they're going to break for lunch. They went about 7.5 hours yesterday, including breaks and lunch, and they deliberated about 13 hours for guilt innocence. So looks like they're going to go for at least a similar amount of time, and we're going to see if this jury is going to hang up in sentencing. Oh, there's Lopez. Before we leave, guys, we'll talk to Lopez. All right, we want to get a quick update from you because Let me make sure this mic is going to work. Hold on. I'm gonna put you on speaker. Go ahead, Rebecca.
We know that the jury has apparently had lunch, and we know that they have let them take breaks. I think a couple of them have gone out for smoke breaks, and we've seen it. We saw three of the female jurors a little while ago take a break, and that's it. They're continuing to deliberate, and I don't know if this says anything, but I did speak with someone that says that after they ate lunch, they were asking for the dinner menu.
Oh,
Wow.
oh,
So,
that feels.
I think that means something.
No, you know what that indicates, other than they're. And I'm surprised, Tanya, honestly, that we have not. Typically when you have a hung jury, you are going to get notes that come out to the judge saying we are deadlocked, we cannot reach an agreement. And then, we know that. And then they'll be instructed to go back and deliberate. And they'll come back out and say, we're deadlocked. We got to keep going. And then they'll do the Allen charge. They go through this process. But the fact that we have not gotten that note and gone this long during deliberations and this jury has not indicated that they're deadlocked is, I don't know, it's strange to me.
They're asking for dinner menus.
Yeah, I think they're ready for a long haul.
Wow.
Unless they can, before that, obviously reach a verdict. But that is what, we were told.
Well, somebody's saying they want the free meals. Folks, I think they can eat better than what they're going to be eating at the courthouse.
Yeah.
They're getting pizza and sandwiches.
I mean, we're not talking about fancy meals here. This is not steak dinner from some fancy steakhouse or something.
It's not particularly pleasant.
They have to be sequestered. I mean, just remember, when you are sequestered in a hotel room, they take your cell phone, they take the TV, they unplug the TVs, they disable those. You get to bring whatever entertainment you brought with you, whether that's a book or a magazine, but you don't get anything in your room. So they're facing that possibly another day if they go into another night of being sequestered.
I refuse to accept that as a possibility. I'm just not going to accept it. I just am not going to accept that they're going to stay at a hotel for another night. No. Okay.
I'm surprised we're still here, honestly, Tanya. I'm flabbergasted, honestly. I guess they're going through their due diligence. So.
Well, I'm happy they are, but I would like them to come get it done today. All right, folks. So we're going to take a break because since it looks like the jury is asking for dinner menus, I'm going to go have lunch because this is going to go on for a bit. All right, we'll be back in about an hour then, and we'll get another update from Rebecca. We'll see you soon, and hang on. Now don't sign off. Because, all of a sudden something could happen, folks, and we could have a verdict. We're all reading the tea leaves here. So, but Mike and I'll be back in about an hour, and we'll get Rebecca back on the phone. I appreciate it. Thank you, Rebecca.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, Mike and I are back. This is Mike Howard. He is a local defense attorney.
That's right.
And like I said, we talked about earlier, Mike has a little bit of a different background that from a lot of the attorneys I had on before. He was never a prosecutor. Worked at legal aid, worked in the public defender's office, and just kind of comes at things from a little different approach, I think, as a result of your background.
That's right.
The jury is still out, folks. We have heard nary a word from them. Rebecca did tell me a bit ago that they had taken lunch, and so they've now been deliberating, give or take, with lunch breaks, close to another 5 hours on top of 7.5 yesterday, 12.5, putting them within striking distance of how long it took to convict. Thoughts, Mike?
This is about the time I would expect us to get a verdict. I think I told you last night that I thought mid-afternoon today, and here we are. So at the same time, the fact that we've been going so long, and the fact that little comment that Rebecca told us about asking about the dinner menu.
Dinner menu. I was like, oh.
I don't think they even ask that question unless there's a serious gulf between the two camps. Normally, every once in a while these things break down differently, and you have multiple camps. But usually you have a top line, we want this much time penitentiary, and then a bottom line, holding on for probation. I've got to think if we were talking about everybody agrees that it should be penitentiary time, and we're fighting over a few years, it wouldn't have gone this long. I think there's got to be a pretty wide gulf. I think there has to be one or more people that are staunchly for probation, and one or more people that are staunchly for not just low prison time, but has to be high prison time. Because otherwise, if they were at 2 years and one camp is at probation, we would
you split the baby.
Yeah, we would have been done by now.
I've seen, typically when I've seen longer deliberations, it's in guilt innocence. It's not in this part of it.
That's right. Because, even though jurors are told this is what you're focusing on, don't consider anything else. Human beings are human beings. They've been thinking about what they thought the appropriate punishment should be since the moment this trial started. And so I agree. Usually what you see is a longer guilt innocence deliberation and a shorter sentencing. But this is clearly these are unique cases. Anytime you have an officer involved shooting, it's going to be unique, and this is particularly interesting.
Melissa says I need to start working on who's going to be my guest for tomorrow. Now, Melissa, I'm supposed to be off tomorrow.
She really doesn't want to do that.
I was supposed to be off yesterday and today, and I'm going, oh man. I mean, I am really hoping I don't have to do that. I'm probably going to be running. If it goes into tomorrow, I'll probably be doing like I did last night, which is making a lot of hurried up phone calls, going, please, can you come on with me, please, because that's what happened. I mean, but let's talk a little bit about. The only thing we know that they've asked for is body cam and general orders.
Yeah. We talked about it earlier. That on the one hand seems like, why would they be relitigating if they've already decided he's guilty of manslaughter? Why would they need to go back and see the evidence that goes to that point? And I think the reason is, at the end of the day, I think this jury is they want to see just how egregious this looks. And those are the two things that most centrally go towards how egregious this is. How should an officer act according to their policies, their procedures? What is the appropriate action by the letter of their policy versus how did he act?
Well, because that's the key thing.
Yeah.
The key that I still think the body cam is the key.
Yeah, I do too. And the comment about looks like we found a weapon here. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a hard time getting around the body cam, the amount of time it takes to fire that shot. That we talked about it. That but for the body cam, you don't get here. We never see this. We don't see this happen.
This is why, from a criminal defense standpoint, I want to see body cam every single time. Which it's ironic where we're saying that the body cam in this instance is probably what convicted Aaron Dean. But on the flip side, the body cam from your average day-to-day criminal defense case is what
shows that my client isn't lying about such and such happening. Is showing that the officer's report isn't exactly accurate. So, I think from a societal standpoint, body cam is so incredibly important, and it needs to be. I'm glad we have it now. I think it needs to continue being the norm. As these things go, it's going to raise a lot of interesting questions. Now, when I get a case and there's 12 officers on the scene, that's 12 body cams. When they run for 6 hours each, that's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours and all these terabytes of data. That's all got to be stored. That costs money, but these are clearly really interesting, really important things.
I know from the perspective of storytelling, I did I did extensive coverage on the July 7th, 2016 attack where the 5 officers were killed in downtown Dallas, and we finally got through open records those body cams, and the story that I was able to piece together using those body cams, using those dash cams, and of course cell phone video from bystanders was just an amazing story. And actually we aired a special on it a couple of years ago, and we continue to work on a project looking at that what happened that night, because I'm still, even to this day, fascinated by the events of that night. And but I think that's the kind of thing, the storytelling, at least from a reporter's perspective, I wouldn't be able to tell without video.
And that's centrally important to both the prosecution and the defense too, because at the end of the day, trial lawyers were storytellers too.
Right.
And you can lecture to a jury all day long on what the law is and what the evidence shows, or you can show a video. Clear, simple, easy to understand. If I show you a video, you got it like that. I could talk to you for hours trying to tell a story, and it's never going to be the same.
Well, one of the things Kobe said yesterday was he thought that Dale Smith in his closing, and we're going to play the closings again a little bit later because we want to talk about them, and we talked about them with Kobe yesterday, but we think it'd be interesting to talk about them with Mike. Kobe said that because Dale brought up the issue of that minute that it takes Aaron Dean to begin doing something for Atatiana Jefferson. He thought a really effective strategy would have been to just play that body cam and have like a ticking clock. Not talk at all.
Right.
Just feel the minute.
Yeah.
Because a minute can be a long time.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I 100% agree. A minute doesn't sound like much until you have to sit with that silence for a minute. I think that I agree with Kobe. I think that really would have brought that point home strong.
And I bet Dale Smith, if he's watching, he should be watching. If you're friends with Dale Smith, he should be watching, because these our attorneys that are on this live feed have some really good ideas for the next trial. No, but it was an interesting idea, because I know, and from my own perspective of storytelling, it's much better to show, not tell.
Absolutely.
And so I'm trying to see some of the questions here. Yeah, a lot of people are just commenting right now. But yeah, I mean, that telling, showing, like when he brought out in the closing arguments of punishment, where he brought out, not punishment, guilt innocence, where he brought out the photos that showed she didn't have the glass in her hands. He was showing them.
Yeah.
He was showing them, and that really, I talk about it because it still hits home with me.
Yeah, and anytime an attorney can show a picture, show a video, but so much of lawyering has gone to technology, and we all want to have PowerPoints, and we want to put things up on the big screen. I love the tactile, having a photo, handing it to the jurors, have them look at that. There's something different of looking at something in your hands than all 12 jurors looking up at a screen. My method of trying cases, I like to bring out an easel and write things on the easel. Those kind of visual things really help, but they also really help to slow down and focus everyone's attention on what that lawyer's trying to show.
So we're going to try to start answering some questions here before we call Rebecca. Jonathan asks, what if there's one juror who feels very strongly that he or she wants to wait X amount of time, but after that time's passed, then he or she will go along with a certain decision but they don't want to quote unquote rush.
Yeah, I don't think that, I wouldn't dismiss that. I mean, I think the jurors have to be aware of the intense interest in this case, and they have to be aware of, that people are watching, and they want it to they don't want it to appear like they rush to judgment. So, I don't know if anybody's specifically thinking I'm going to wait X time, but I'm sure they also don't want it to appear like they rush to judgment one way or the other.
Right. But I think it would be extraordinary if they go in deliberations past what it took for guilt innocence.
I agree. I like we keep saying, you never say never. There's always exceptions to every rule, but in general, you generally see the guilt innocence be the real central question, and the punishment, it's not a foregone conclusion. It doesn't go super fast, but I usually don't see it go this long. I mean, death penalty cases, that's a different story, because that's such a weighty question that oftentimes takes much longer. But in your average manslaughter case, your average murder case, where you're talking about, prison sentences only, or in this case, prison or probation, I would have expected a sentence before we reach that point.
I actually kind of thought we'd get a call at lunch and say hustle back, but that didn't happen. So we leisurely ate lunch. So
we enjoyed it.
We did. It was a good lunch. We went to Cindy's, which is right down the street from where I'm at, and it's a nice New York deli. And folks were asking what I had. I had eggs, bacon. I mean, not bacon. Sausage and toast and some cottage cheese.
Yeah.
And you had a pastrami on rye.
I had a pastrami on rye, which is not something I get all the time, but was very nice.
Somebody's asking, let's assume the same facts. Assume the victim is Amber Heard instead of Atatiana Jefferson. Should Dean get less time? I don't know that I really understand. Amber Heard, I had to look that up. That's Johnny Depp's.
Johnny Depp's, yeah.
I had to look at that. Shows you how culturally out of it I am. I had to look up who she was. I don't know that I don't even really understand the question. So I don't know. The reason I'm trying to bring it up for the person that was asking is, you've asked it multiple times, and I don't really have a good answer to that. I don't think the victim here would matter.
I don't know. I think there's always a racial question. Does race play a factor? I mean, Amber Heard is a blonde white lady, and Tatiana is an African American lady. Could that play a factor? I mean, I want to say no. But I mean, I think the reality in this country, is that for some people it does. Whether or not any of our jurors are that way, I don't know. I think it's easy to say, Texas juries are this. Or
she's saying, I think if it was a celebrity, would he get a different?
Celebrity?
Okay, well, if he was a celebrity, our viewership on this live stream would be. I mean, we got a
Very
good viewership,
different.
but it would be off the
Very
charts. So. I'm sure if it was a celebrity that this happened to,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't. Without talking to the jurors, it's you never know what's going into their mindset,
Right.
in terms of what they're thinking.
Yeah, I think it definitely drives interest in the case, because that person is a big name and people already know who they are, and I think that drives interest. But yeah, at the end of the day, jurors they're looking at the person and they're looking at the facts. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's
sure.
a hard one. All right, so we're gonna call Rebecca. So I Like Tacos asks, what do you think the societal repercussions from the outcome of this case will be? What do you think?
That's a good question. It's something I've thought about a lot. Just the sea change in officer-involved shootings. A few years ago, the expectation was that an officer would not be convicted, and I think that has certainly shifted. And now the societal expectation is that when an officer crosses the line, that a jury's going to hold them accountable. And it's amazing how fast that's changed, because just a few years ago, I think it was the norm for that not to be the case across the country and in the Metroplex here. So, I mean, I think a stout sentence, a prison sentence, it's not going to bring the victim back, but it sends a clear message that this is not acceptable. I'm sure if there's a probation sentence, there's going to be a lot of people who are unhappy with that and think it's not a serious enough case. And I have an interesting point of view, because from the defense, I often have a much more close-up view of a case, and I understand people at home seeing a case, because I see cases on the news and I reach opinions, but it's important to remember these jurors, the lawyers, the judge, they see so much more than the general public. And even in a situation like this where we have a live stream, being in the courtroom, hearing it live, seeing facial expressions, it's
Well, and like we don't on the live stream, for example, we don't show the autopsy photos.
Right.
Like we don't show everything that's going on in the courtroom because we can't for some obvious reasons. So, and it would be. I know from talking to people that have been in the courtroom that during the trial, the jury was they were taking copious notes.
Yeah.
And so they were a very attentive jury.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even the fact that they've had to be sequestered now once during guilt innocence and now during punishment, speaks to the fact that this is a very diligent jury.
Absolutely, because the worry from both sides is that outside pressure, wanting to be with your family, it being the holidays, wanting to hurry up and get to vacation, wanting to be able to get back in your own bed will make a jury rush to a judgment. And I think one thing that this shows, this jury is really taking the time to try to get this right. And whether we on the outside ultimately agree or don't agree with their verdict, I don't think anybody can say they're not taking this seriously. They clearly are, because to allow yourself to be sequestered, people have joked in the comments about, free food. It is not fun. Imagine being without your phone for the entire.
And we're in a holiday week.
Right, exactly. You can't watch YouTube. You can't watch TV. You're not watching movies. They take the TV out of your room. You're by yourself on top of, away from your family, away from your kids, away from your spouse, and it's the holidays. It's a really uncomfortable. No one likes to be sequestered. Nobody likes that. So the fact that they're doing it, and going this long, hats off to them for taking their jury duty so seriously.
Yeah, and
It's what you want.
It is, and so right now we're at, let's see, 5, 7, we're about 12 and a half hours. So we're about a half hour away from what it took them to come to the original conviction. All right, let's call Rebecca. Because I know I was talking to her earlier, and she has some news to share. I'm about to put you on speaker. Hold on, let me get the mic going here. All right, go ahead, Rebecca. Hold on, yeah, it's on. Go ahead.
Okay, well, nothing has changed here at the courthouse. We're all still waiting. I've asked multiple times if there have been any notes that have come out, and typically we would have expected to at least hear something. We're deadlocked, we can't reach an agreement, but they're just still deliberating and no notes have come out, and I just got that update a little while ago, so we wait. In the meantime, there was a little bit of drama. Look, I'm just telling you what's happening here at the courthouse. Not that I feel one way or the other about anything, but there was a sorry, I just saw somebody running down the hallway, and I thought, oh no, but anyway, nothing happened. Anyway, there was a little bit of drama involving the Dean family came out, and they had food with them, with a box of food, and they were walking through the hallway, so I followed them just to see, what's happening, is there something going on, but they knocked on the courtroom door, and they walked in, and they were bringing food apparently to Aaron Dean, because then some of the people, the court observers that have been here waiting for Atatiana Jefferson's family and is supporting them, went and knocked on the door and said, hey, is he in there eating food and eating lunch with his family? And I guess they basically were told no, but then one of the observers said that she did see them hugging, and then shortly after they protested about that, the family left with the food, with the box of food, and left the courtroom. Hold on
a second, Rebecca. Are they not hearing you?
Yeah, some of the commenters are saying that
is there a problem with the audio?
They're
on
having
this?
trouble hearing her.
All right, there's Myra. Hold on, we're getting a different mic. So,
Okay.
did y'all miss all of that? Because we can have her start over. Okay. All right. So, Rebecca, since the audio was messed up, just start all over.
Okay, I'm starting all over. Okay, so we did just ask if there had been any notes that have come out. No notes have come out. It appears the jury is just in there still deliberating. We know that they had lunch. Then we know they kept going and deliberating, but nothing has come out to the judge so far. Nothing that says we're deadlocked. And there was just a little bit of drama. And again, I don't feel one way or the other about this. I'm just telling you what we're observing here at the courthouse. And we saw Aaron Dean's family, sister actually, walking with a box of food, and she went to the courtroom door and knocked on it. The courtroom is locked. The judge has locked this courtroom for security reasons and for other reasons. And so they let her in, and some of the people that have been observing here at the courthouse on behalf of Tatiana's family were upset. So they knocked on the door and they said, "Hey, is he in there in the courtroom about to eat lunch with his family?" And shortly after they left, they came right back out with the food. And one of the people told me that they had seen the family and Dean hugging. So, and I asked, is that typical that a inmate or somebody that's in custody now that's been arrested and convicted would be in the courtroom eating with their family? And I was told that you can take food, and lawyers have been known to take food to their clients, but that typically it's eaten in the holding cell, and that not in the courtroom, and that their client would remain in the holding cell. But it appears that Aaron Dean is not staying in the holding cell, at least not all the time. And that really upset some of the observers.
Mike, what do you think about that?
It is common for food to be brought in when somebody is still on bond, which at this point Aaron Dean is not. It's of course fine for them to be out enjoying lunch. They have their freedom, right? The presumption of innocence is still applicable. But at this point, he's been found guilty. He's been put into custody. I have not seen that in my career. When my client's in custody, I'm not allowed to bring him food. What Rebecca is hearing, that does happen. Some judges will allow that, but in my experience, usually there's the security concerns about, what if I could be smuggling him something? What if his family is bringing him something? So there's always security concerns. And then the same thing goes for family members hugging their loved one. My clients' families oftentimes want to be able to hug their loved one, want to be able to comfort them. And of course, that's human nature, very understandable. But in my experience, usually the judges, the bailiffs that are in charge of security will not usually allow that because of the security concerns that go with that. So that's something that I don't see a lot.
Why do you think this has been happening then?
I don't know. I can't speculate. Not being there, it's hard to know. Like I said, it's not the type of thing that this is so outside the norm. I can say, wow, that's shocking. Like I said, some judges are more lenient than others as far as allowing a defendant to have outside food or allowing them to. I think eating inside the courtroom when no one else is in there, I don't think that's that big of a deal. Some judges will keep the defendant in the holdover. Some will let them out. So I don't think that's I don't think that is that outside the norm. But
still, he's in custody.
He's in custody, and the onlookers being able to be that close to him and have physical contact with him, that is unusual.
Well,
go ahead.
Like Tanya said, they were very upset because they felt that he was getting some sort of preferential treatment. They didn't the fact that he waiting his sentencing, and he's and the family did leave when they knocked on the door, because I did see them go in, and then when they knocked on the door, and the protesters somewhat protested for the fact that they were in there. They're not really protesters. They're court observers that have been here supporting the family. When they did that, then they immediately left with the food. So I guess they just decided that might not be a great look, even though there may not have been anything wrong. And I will say, again, this judge has been very good with the media, and he has been, really open and transparent in in these hearings and in this these proceedings. But the courtroom being locked, I do get that they have had some security concerns, especially with the death threats. But I've never covered a other than federal court, I have never covered a case where the courtroom is locked and we're not just allowed to just at least sit in there and observe what's happening in case there is a jury note that comes out or something. I mean, and I understand maybe because of the security concerns, it's a little bit different and it's being treated more like you would in federal court. In federal court, you can't do anything. You have to wait. They escort you in. They question you several times before you even get to sit in the courtroom. So it's more like that than typical district court trial.
Yeah, it is definitely different. And Mike, we were talking that you were telling me about a case you had in Collin County, right? Oh, it's Denton. No, Denton. Tell YouTube jury, and tell me the name of the defendant, and I'll find a story about it.
Edward LeClaire. We were talking about the kind of emotional toll these cases take on everybody. I mean, obviously on the victim's family, the defendant's family, but the lawyers too. Anytime you represent somebody on either side, when the stakes are this high, it takes a lot of emotional toll. So, recently back in August, I had a client that was accused of multiple felonies. He was found guilty, and then during the reading, the pronouncement of the sentence, he started drinking from a water bottle, and pretty shortly after that died. And the results are we're still waiting on the autopsy, but everyone believes that he voluntarily committed suicide by poison. And it was kind of a situation, akin to this, that you have somebody who brings something in from the outside, food or drink, and
Not saying that would happen here, but
no, of course not. But that is one of the reasons why courts, sometimes it can appear cruel, but sometimes courts are very restrictive. No, the defendant can't have any outside food. If I'm having Altoids, sometimes they won't let me give my client an Altoid.
LeClaire was in custody?
LeClaire, no, but yes. So LeClaire had been on bond. And then it was at the time that they were reading the verdict that he drank the liquid, which was the very last time that he would have been on bond. He was about to be put into custody.
And they don't know what kind of liquid it was?
I mean, it was a water bottle that he evidently bought inside the courthouse. But whether what he added to it.
That must have been wild.
It's the single craziest thing I've ever experienced in my life. I mean, he committed suicide 2 feet from me, standing next to me. I can't begin to.
Had he given any hint?
No. Yeah.
Wow, I've never heard of anything like that. That's pretty incredible.
I remember that. I didn't cover it, but I remember hearing about it, and I remember thinking that was bizarre.
It's for me as a professional, like you guys in journalism, it can be easy you get so used to doing what you do that you can become a little desensitized. That was a really incredible reminder to me of human beings are involved, and innocent or guilty, convicted or not, like these are all people. And it's a lot. It's a lot for everybody. It's a lot for the judge to carry, for the prosecutors, the defense lawyers, the families of the people involved. It's just a lot.
Hey folks, I put the story about that in the chat. A story that we aired that ran about that. If y'all are trying to, his name was Edward LeClaire. So he was accused of sexual assault. Like, what was the situation there? Like, what was?
The accusations were that he had met a young lady online, and that they had maintained a relationship, and that there was sexual contact involved. She was underage. He maintained his innocence, and went to trial, and ultimately was convicted.
Wow. What did he do? Like, what was his career before he got?
He was in recruiting. He was like a corporate recruiter. Yeah, he was just corporate, no criminal background. It really was a pretty incredible situation.
And he maintained that he didn't do it at all, or that he didn't know her age.
Didn't do it at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm talking about. I mean, that's that's a certain finality to it.
Yeah. As criminal defense lawyers, we sometimes we know our clients tell us that they didn't do it, and we may have our suspicions one way or the other about whether that's true. Sometimes they tell us that they did do it, and it's about making sure that the state follows the rules and that they get a fair trial. And this was, every lawyer's nightmare scenario where their client is till their last breath telling you that they're innocent, and then something like that.
So he
happens.
never wavered. Always was adamant, I'm innocent.
That's right.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty remarkable. I've never heard of anything like that.
Yeah.
Wow. And sometimes people really are innocent.
I mean, we haven't had hundreds and hundreds of wrongful convictions get exonerated for nothing. I mean, our system is, we say it all the time, it's the best in the world, but that doesn't make it perfect. And, you don't want to be blasé about that, because these are human beings' lives, and obviously going to prison, being wrongfully convicted, being sentenced is horrible. And so, I'm a big believer, and we have to keep fighting to make the system better and fighting to make sure that people's rights are protected. It's incredibly important, because at the end of the day, a person taking their own life, of course, a person being wrongfully convicted, it's a tragedy that we have to try to prevent.
So somebody's.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So I was just going to
Rebecca.
tell you about a case that I had covered years ago. It was almost the opposite. This was a guy that was up for capital murder and faced the death penalty, and he got on the witness stand and said, "I want to be put to death. I deserve the death penalty." And so they gave him the death penalty, and then he refused all his appeals and was executed very quickly after that. Which, that was a very unusual case, and it was a very violent person. He had committed multiple murders, and so he was a serial killer. It was crazy, but he actually asked the jury to sentence him to death.
Wow. And Rebecca, before I lose this, some people are asking, did Dean actually eat with his family?
I don't think they had time. They literally went in, knocked on the door. They took the box of food, and then the people that had been out there watching all of this and knocked on the door and asked them, "Is he in there eating?" They immediately came right back out with the food. So it may have been that they didn't even know that was going to happen. That might have just been something, I don't know that it was something that was pre-approved by anybody. But I think that once they heard the people that were upset about it outside, they thought otherwise. And I will say, the bailiffs and the deputies and the judge in this case have all been, very friendly with the media. They've been very friendly for the most part with all of the people, other than the people that have caused them some grief in the courtroom. But other than that, they have been pretty accommodating and respectful to both sides.
I can say that from a defense lawyer standpoint, when you're the defense, unlike the prosecution, you don't have offices in the building, in the courthouse. And the prosecutors, the DA's office, their offices are just in that courthouse. It's very easy for them to go up to their break room and have lunch. I always have food brought in for me and my defense team. So, if nobody saw Aaron Dean eating, we simply don't know if this was just a simple, the defense asked to have food brought in, and then there was a big hullabaloo made of nothing, and they decided, we're just going to go somewhere else. We don't know. So, I think it is important not to jump to any conclusions, because I can say, having food brought in for at least the defense team, defense lawyers, all the lawyers, they need to eat. And they oftentimes don't have nearly as much time as the jurors have to eat. And so, that it may be that simple. It may be something more. We don't know.
So Michael
And it could have been,
Go ahead.
just as simple as the family just wanted to bring him lunch, and they knew he was in there, and so they brought it in without anybody knowing. We just don't know. I just know that was a little bit of the drama that happened with the people that were upset that they had gone in with food. That's it.
Okay, so Michael Batten has a question. He's posted it multiple times, and I'm trying to he says, is the death penalty in Texas unanimous like in Florida, for example, the school shooting in Parkland?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I knew the answer, but I wanted Mike to answer.
Yeah, in Texas, the death penalty has to be unanimous. It's kind of it's I think far and away the most common system, but it's a little It's a little unusual for folks that don't know anything about the law. The first question is whether or not the person poses a future danger. And defense lawyers will often argue that this is not if they were out in the community, right? Because at the very least, they're going to spend the rest of their lives in prison without the possibility of parole if it's a capital case. And so then the question is, do they pose a future danger being in administrative segregation, highest level of security in the prison system? If the jury answers unanimously yes to the first question, the second question is then, is there a mitigating circumstance or circumstances that basically leads to mercy? And so is there a mitigating circumstance that makes the death penalty inappropriate, and instead then life in prison without the possibility of parole is the sentence? So if the jury answers unanimously yes to the first question and unanimously no to the second question, then the death penalty is imposed.
Right. And folks, we're just answering that question because you have questions in the live stream. We understand that death penalty is not on the table in this case. But oftentimes while we're waiting in a situation like this, we're happy to answer just whatever questions you want that you have if there's something that we feel like we can answer. Mike, do you think we're getting closer to the possibility of a hung jury here?
I think we have. I mean, I think we have to consider that as a strong possibility at this point. The only reason I wouldn't lean that way yet is we haven't heard from Rebecca that there's been any sort of note about being hopelessly deadlocked. You expect. People on our live stream, you keep hearing us talk about an Allen charge. You expect that the jury is going to say we can't go any longer, and then the judge is going to give them this Allen charge saying you have to try, basically try harder, and then they go back, and it's only when they come back and they say no, really, we can't go any further. Only then do you normally see a mistrial. So the fact that we haven't heard a word from the jury to that effect has to make me think that this is going to keep going.
Well, and I was asked several times, even by some people here in the media, can the judge bring the jury in and say, have you reached them? And my answer is no. The judge can't bring them in unless it's that Allen charge, is my understanding. Like, you can't pressure the jury to come up with a verdict. Like, you can't bring them in. I would think, I've never seen that done. But several people have asked me that question. Well, can he bring them in and ask them whether they stand?
Well, Logician wants to know, can the judge send a note in asking the jury if he can offer to answer any questions? Like, can he?
No.
It's the same kind of question that my folks were asking. Can he bring them into the courtroom and ask them that? So, yeah.
No, by rule, no one is supposed to communicate with the jury unless they have a question. And then even then, the questions have to be pretty specific. Like, they have to say, we have a dispute about the testimony. We want to know, was the light red or was the light green? Or something very specific. They can't just, for instance, even if the jury has a question, they can't say, we want to see the entire testimony of witness, John Doe.
Why can't they do that?
The law requires that, and frankly, I don't agree with the law. A lot of lawyers think it's frustrating, but the law just requires them to have a specific dispute about the testimony. I think probably the kind of the idea behind it is otherwise they would just ask to have all the testimony brought back every single time, and
it would take forever.
Tom, do you know, can they poll the jury if they are deadlocked? Can they ask for that, or is that only if you have reached a verdict?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've never seen a jury officially polled on a deadlock. Where you normally see it is when the attorneys go back after the fact and speak to a deadlocked jury. And you can, of course, if they want to talk to you, you can then ask. The attorneys can then ask, did y'all take a vote? Where were you? And that's oftentimes when attorneys hear they were deadlocked, 6-6 or 7-5 or whatever it is. But that's usually, I don't want to speak out of turn here and say something that's not correct. I just haven't seen that happen officially in the courtroom after a deadlock.
So Don Collier's asking, if Atatiana had shot and killed Dean, would we still be watching this?
I mean, I think the answer is no. And I think that probably that's because of the uniqueness of a police officer being charged with with murder or ultimately convicted of manslaughter for a shooting in the line of duty. Sadly, I think there's not a lot of interest day to day in your average murder case, or even officers being killed in the line of duty. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I just think that people tune into cases because they're unique, and this case is unique. And I think that's what makes it interesting to people. Obviously, people have strong feelings about it, but also I think there's just the interest in this is not something you see every day.
So I'm trying to get back to the question, guys. Okay, so Pugface wants to know, is it possible the jury has already decided on a light sentence, but they are being delayed so cities can mobilize? What? I mean, come on, guys.
No, yeah.
No, that's, now that I've read the question out loud because I couldn't see the rest of it, that's conspiratorial thinking, folks, now.
Well, and again, I have not seen at the courthouse today. I mean, during the verdict day, when we were expecting the verdict to come down in guilt innocence, there were DPS troopers here. There were a lot of more Fort Worth police. You see none of that right now at all. There are no extra patrols, no extra anything, no DPS troopers here today. So,
well, and I can say, in general, it is completely the norm for the sheriff's office to bring in extra deputies when any verdict either way happens, whether in guilt innocence, whether it's guilty or not guilty, and in a sentence, no matter what the sentence is, because one side or the other may very well be upset, and they're trying to prevent an incident. I have personally been in courtrooms when family members from one side or the other attack the other, and they're trying to prevent an incident like that.
What's the wildest one you ever saw?
The case a few years ago, the father of my client attacked the father of the victim, the alleged victim, and there was a big brawl. And I just that's exactly the type of thing.
So crazy stuff follows you in court.
I want to say no, but I don't think I could argue otherwise. But I mean that sort of thing happens, and we've all seen video of family jumping over the bar to go after the defendant and witnesses, and for us on the outside and for you at home, this is interesting. But for the people involved, it's everything. This is their loved one that's either on trial or that has had their life taken from them. Stakes are very, very high, and people get very, very upset. I've certainly seen, and I would expect that regardless of what the verdict was the other day and ultimately what the sentence is, I have to expect law enforcement is already mobilized. I don't think there's any sort of, they're waiting to roll out the verdict because they're trying to mobilize law enforcement. I'm sure law enforcement's already ready for, whatever's going to happen.
So somebody's asking, Rebecca, they want to know, is Dean in the holding cell or in the courtroom? Do you know?
Well, I mean, we thought that he might be in the holding cell, but based on what one of the observers saw when they saw him in the courtroom and his family walked in, that he might also be sitting in the courtroom. And I will say, during when they were trying to reach the verdict in the guilt innocence phase, and he was out on bond, he was sitting in the courtroom the whole time because he wasn't in custody. But we have seen him being brought out of the holding cell when he was they were listening to testimony, but. They might be letting him sit in the courtroom as well. I think it's a little bit of both, honestly.
Okay. Somebody's asking. We can talk about it again. So, what happens if this jury hangs, Mike?
If the jury hangs, the judge will declare a mistrial. And then, ultimately at that point, it's always up to the district attorney's office what they're going to do at that point. I would have to think they would retry this case, but because a verdict has already been reached on guilt innocence, they would be trying the sentencing phase only. The jury would be instructed the defendant has already been found guilty and that your job is only to determine the sentence. Now, the reality of that, of course, is the jury, even though they're starting out being told he's been found guilty, both sides are going to want that jury to have all the necessary information.
They got to put on a whole trial again.
So essentially even though you're only putting on quote unquote half the trial, you are essentially trying the entire case over again.
Yeah.
But you're doing that with the knowledge that he's already been found guilty of manslaughter.
Now, I was told by another legal expert that Dean could opt to have the judge then hear all the evidence again, and then determine the sentence instead of a jury. Could that happen as well?
You know, we were talking about this at lunch. When I see that happen, it's with the agreement of both sides. And so oftentimes, even when the law doesn't technically allow something, if the state agrees to it and the defense agrees to it and the judge agrees to it, then, you can think outside the box.
But why would he? Because the judge can't give him probation.
Right, exactly. So that's the thing, is that, because of the type of case, the jury can give probation. So I don't think that would happen. I can't see it unless the defense was so worried about a high prison sentence that they were willing to agree to a low prison sentence. We want to make sure we cap it and make sure it's not any worse than it could be. I don't see them doing that.
And Tanya, I have that question about whether or not they could change the venue. You might have already talked about that. Could they ask for a change of venue in the punishment phase and get a jury outside of Tarrant County because of some of the things that have happened, or does it have to be tried again in Tarrant County?
No, I don't think so. I say I don't think because I'm not looking right at the law.
But you don't think that they could move it out of Tarrant?
No, I don't think at this point. Once you start that trial, you're going to finish that trial in that county, in that court. You're not moving it midway like that. Now, ultimately, whatever happens, the defense is going to continue with their argument about the change of venue should have been granted in the first place and that was reversible error. That's going to be their argument. And when we talked about the gentleman, Mr. Mata, that they put all that on the record and he was briefly held on an insufficient bond, that's what the defense was doing. Is they were laying the groundwork on the record for the appeals court of this is an example of exactly what we were saying. The defense was saying that we can't get a fair trial. There are people threatening our family and our witnesses' lives, and that affects the fairness of this trial. So ultimately, that's what that's about. They're laying that groundwork for the appeal.
Somebody's asking, why isn't he in a jumpsuit since he's been convicted?
That's a good question, but it's a misnomer. When a person is on trial, whether they're in custody or not, they are almost uniformly allowed to have street clothes. The idea being that you don't want to influence the jury unfairly one way or another by having that person be in a jumpsuit. So I can't think of a time I've seen with my own eyes at any of the courthouses here in the area somebody being tried in front of a jury in a jumpsuit.
Somebody's asking about if we know what the vote of the grand jury was. The answer is no. I have no idea. Grand jury proceedings are secret.
That's right.
I would love to be a fly on those walls.
Grand jury proceedings are what's called closed. So whatever happens, whatever's discussed in there, whatever the vote is, that's all 100% confidential, and it's actually a crime to disclose that information. So one, we don't know, but even if we did, we couldn't talk about it.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to go down here. Okay, sorry. Oh, Jake is still not here. We already answered the jumpsuit question. Somebody asked, how common is probation for manslaughter?
It's really all over the map. I mean, every case is different, and so manslaughter, it's not uncommon, but usually when I see someone's life get taken, a prison sentence is I don't know about expected, but I would lean towards expecting a prison sentence.
There's a verdict. Did you just say there's a verdict? Verdict at 2:00. I'm sorry.
All right, guys,
there's a
you heard
verdict.
it. If you're on our live stream,
2:00.
you're hearing it first, folks.
Yeah, verdict at 2:00.
Verdict
they
at
just
2:00.
Shouted it out of the courtroom.
They just shouted it out of the courtroom. See, now if you were watching our live stream, you heard that first.
So we got 8 minutes.
8 minutes. All right. Well, Mike, you called it.
I did say
Okay,
that.
so I'm going to go jump in front of the camera. You guys reset, but we have a verdict, and it's coming down at 2:00.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rebecca. We appreciate it.
Okay.
So we have a verdict. That means they came to some kind of agreement.
That's right. That's right. We are going to
They,
hear in a few minutes.
It took them almost as long as it took for guilt innocence.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not surprised it took this long. I wouldn't have been completely shocked if we went into another day, and I know you were very much hoping that wasn't going to be the case. But I had said last night that I thought it would probably be mid-afternoon, and here we are.
You know, people are commenting because the last time we got word of a verdict, we were on the phone with Rebecca. I mean, it's almost like we planned it, but we didn't. But I'm telling you, Rebecca and I, we have like a wavelength thing going. It's from knowing each other for almost 20 years. But yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, so, hey, Jennifer, I mean, I don't have anything over here to go live on TV. If y'all want to give me something like that, I don't have anything.
Okay, well, we'll probably see the director hotline or something.
I'm just saying that I don't have the. So you guys are seeing how the sausage is made over here on YouTube. I don't have an IFB. I don't have anything. I'm sorry, guys.
We'll get that for you. If not, we'll have Myra cue you from the side.
She needs an IFB. Who's the director?
Who is the director?
It's right here.
Okay, guys. Lots of chaos here in the newsroom. This is like, but it's like controlled chaos. This is kind of the. And yes, Charmaine, I am going to have the day off tomorrow. I am very excited.
I need an IFB.
We need an IFB, Ed.
Like now.
For me.
Like ASAP.
So the IFB, guys, what that'll allow me to do is that'll allow me to communicate with the folks that are on TV. So I can communicate with y'all, but I can't hear them unless I have IFB. I'm gonna. I tell you what, Mike. Myra, don't take the stream down because our people want to. You got me an IFB?
Yes, there's an IFB.
Well, Mike doesn't need one, but I'll listen.
Okay. Which mic are you on?
Talk to you.
Which mic are you on?
I'm on 13. I'm on 13.
On 13.
This is Ed, guys. This is Ed. Say hi to YouTube, jury.
Hi. How's it going? Whose is this one?
That was Rebecca's. We can turn that one off.
Okay. I'm going to take this one back.
All right, you know what? I'm going to run real quick and get my IFB on and get situated.
Mike and IFB.
Okay, just leave the stream up.
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mike, you can stay right. Do
Can I
you want to
get
stay
another
right
water?
there? You want to get water?
I'll get another water.
Just leave the stream up.
Okay, we'll be back.
But
Oh, okay.
Myra, don't take it down. But you can go get water.
Well, she's getting me water, so I'm just going to sit here.
Okay. You can talk to them. You got a mic on. Talk to them.
I'll look through the comments if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
That one's cool.
All right.
Ed, did you take her Mike and IFB? Yes.
To Kim Clayton, thanking us for working hard and keeping y'all informed. You're very welcome. Happy to do it. See Jennifer Diaz, get Mike a water. Thank you. I do.
Nothing. Okay. That's old. Oh, where's the rundown? Can you put this on my bra? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You want me to unzip it?
Yep, unzip and stick it.
Black
Actually, stick it
Scholar
on my
asked,
black
is
Spanx,
being handcuffed
please.
in the front. I haven't seen that, but usually defendants are not handcuffed in.
I think we're good. I don't hear
in
IFB.
court
Should it be in my ear?
during
There it is.
During the trial itself.
Where's
and
the
during
rundown?
wait. Only usually when they're taken into custody.
floor.
And so I wouldn't. Expect
Will I have
it. I haven't
Rebecca?
seen that specifically.
Okay.
They're getting everybody powdered up now.
Okay.
Okay, if you need
See,
anything
Zach
Thank
asked what's
you.
my prediction. I don't know.
because they said 8 minutes, so
Trying to
Yeah.
predict what juries are going to
All
do.
right.
I've learned in my time, it's kind of a fool's errand. We're all just reading.
Sure,
here.
just in
So
case, yeah.
I have no idea.
Would hate to choke.
Do you have any questions?
A couple of people are asking about whether or not he's Mike. I mean, whether or not he's handcuffed.
breaking
The
news,
comments
the
are coming in
jury
so
has
fast, though, I
reached
can't read them.
settings.
I know they start to move really fast, and folks are.
They say somebody has a hot mic. I see hot mic a lot. Hot mic alert.
Well, I've got a hot mic right here. I'm here, guys.
Tatiana. I saw a question, but it's scrolling so fast I can't see it.
Okay. I'm not sure what referring to a hot mic. I didn't have my mic on.
I don't know. Somebody's asking if Tatiana had killed Aaron Dean and thought he was a burglar, would it have taken this long to get a verdict?
You what now?
Somebody's asking if Tatiana had killed Aaron Dean thinking that he was a burglar, would it have taken this long to come up with a verdict? I think so.
I think if she's thinking as a burglar,
right.
I don't even know if she gets does she get indicted?
Well, I mean, then it's the question is going to be, was her thinking that reasonable? Was he in full uniform? Had he announced this is the police? So, it's so hard to know. And then ultimately, how long does a jury take to come up with a verdict? It's easy for us on the outside to kind of prognosticate and guess, but every jury is different. I tell my clients all the time, if we were to try your case 10 times, we would come up with different verdicts. So every jury is so different. So some juries may have done the same case and gone slow, some fast. It's so hard to know.
These folks are convinced that I did go briefly to the bathroom, yes, but I did not have my mic with me, guys. I went in there to put my earpiece on, and I didn't take the mic with me. I actually have typically will not take a mic in there with me for obvious reasons. Anyway,
they said
I don't know.
They heard someone getting
There's
mic'd
only
up.
2 of us here with a mic. It's me and Mike.
I was right here answering as many questions as I could.
And then I turned off the other mic that was sitting here. So I don't know. Are y'all able to hear Mike?
Somebody says my mic is too low. Can y'all hear me? I'm trying.
Do you have him boosted up as high as he can be?
Yeah.
I am.
We have bars.
I am usually not accused of being too quiet.
It is already important on the
I don't know what they're. I don't know. These people are making me laugh. I can hear you. Sorry, I got people talking in my ear too. All right, so it's 2:00. We'll be. Are we seeing activity in the courtroom?
Yeah.
Let's go to the activity in the courtroom. Okay, so you can see Aaron Dean there. He's got a bit of a stubble now after having spent the last few days in jail. We've been told that there is a verdict and that it will be read at 2:00. And that means that this jury has reached a verdict. And they're not a hung jury in terms of sentencing. And so, but that they've taken almost as long as it took to come up with the verdict on guilt innocence. So this is pretty interesting. But they spent the night. This jury was sequestered last night. So, what do you think's going on right here, Mike?
I can't see. Oh, it looks like they're fingerprinting Aaron Dean, which is common. I mean, at this stage, they'll be going through some of the formalities, taking fingerprints, going over appeal paperwork. Usually both the defense lawyers and the bailiffs want to do that before a verdict comes in, because as you can imagine, if the verdict is shocking or what the defendant doesn't want to hear, sometimes they can be less cooperative. So they're going through some of those formalities
Going
now.
through some of the motions here. Izzy, are you talking to me? Hold on a second.
I know exactly how stressful that is right there. Just waiting.
Myra, are you taking Rebecca? Are you taking Rebecca's feed?
No, I only see the courtroom feed.
Are you able to take her live onto?
Yeah, let me try to route her in here.
I mean, I don't want to miss.
Actually, go with 11. Yeah, you go with 11. Okay.
Well, yeah, Rebecca was just saying that she just saw the family of Aaron Dean walking into the courtroom. These people are okay. Is my mic on, Myra?
Yes.
Okay, my mic is still on. Sorry, guys. It's like, so Rebecca's not up yet, but they can't hear her. But basically, she's saying that people are gathering in the courtroom. That Aaron Dean's family has filed in the family, and so we're just kind of waiting now. Aaron Dean, you can see him on the screen there. He's looks like he's smiling at his family, and obviously awaiting now to find out his fate. Was he going to get probation? Is he going to get prison time? Now waiting to find out what this jury is going to do, what kind of sentence they're going to give him. And so we'll see.
Somebody asked on here, does Dean already know the sentence? Almost always no. In all the cases I've been involved in, the judge and the bailiffs are very careful about not letting anyone know, least of all the defendant, the accused, what the verdict is, what the sentence is. So, without being in that courtroom, I can say with almost certainty that he doesn't know at this point what the sentence is.
No, I don't. Yeah, he doesn't know. I mean, I can't think of a time when they've ever would tell the defendant first. They always find out the same time the rest of us finds out.
Yeah.
So.
And it's clearly just taking time. They're, all of the Dean family, Atatiana's family, everybody getting in. So this little delay. It's 2:04 now. This is pretty common.
Yeah, and he definitely does not have the look of somebody he has the look of somebody who's
waiting.
Waiting, yeah.
Yeah, who's waiting.
Worried. Any thoughts on where they ended up?
I really don't know. Somebody asked that while you were away, what I thought the sentence is. I don't think 10 or more years of prison time would be shocking. I mean, we had Amber Geiger get 10 years. So I just trying to make an apples to apples comparison. I would, you would think he would get more. But like I said, every case is so different.
I'll take the sound in the courtroom.
Everyone may be seated.
Okay, let's take the sound in the courtroom.
Does this work for me?
Good afternoon. The jury has sent a note or given me notice that they have reached a verdict. Are both sides ready to receive the verdict?
State's ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Judge.
All right. Y'all did fabulous when we did the guilt-innocence verdict, okay? Same rules apply. I don't know what this verdict is. Can't have any emotions, all right? Let's bring them in. Everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. Juror number one, it's my understanding the jury has reached a verdict. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If you hand it please to Deputy Nicholson. Mr. Dean. Verdict reads, we the jury, having found the defendant Aaron York Dean guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of manslaughter, assess his punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for 11 years, 10 months, 12 days. They do not assess a fine. And it is signed by the presiding juror. You may be seated. Thank you very much. Members of the jury, as we went through before, I'm going to call your juror number and ask you if this verdict is your individual verdict. Juror number 1, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 3, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 4, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 6, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 9, is this your verdict? Juror number 14, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 15, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 21, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 31, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 32, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 37, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 38, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your verdict will be received and filed. Thank you very much. Mr. Gill, Mr. Brissett, is there any legal reason why sentence should not be pronounced?
No legal reason.
Mr. Dean, it's the jury having found you guilty of the offense of manslaughter and assessed this punishment. It's the order of the court you be remanded to the custody of the sheriff, be delivered to the director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to serve your sentence as required by law. You will receive credit for all the time that you have served in custody on this case from the date of your original arrest up until today, which would be the date of sentence. You have the right to appeal the jury's decision. You do so by giving written notice of appeal to the Second Court of Appeals here in Fort Worth within 30 days. If you are indigent and cannot afford a lawyer, I would conduct an indigency hearing to determine if you are indigent. And if you are indigent, I would appoint a lawyer to represent you on appeal and provide you a record of this appeal of this trial at no cost. Mr. Gill, Mr. Brissett, if y'all will remain on his case pending his decision whether he wishes to appeal, and if you'll furnish the information for the trial court certification of appeal before you leave here today, I would appreciate it. Is there an allocution? You may be seated. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Would you want a microphone or you feel fine?
You sure
You need some water?
If you want some water? Want some water?
I'll take a microphone.
She'll take a microphone.
Okay.
Yes.
Whenever you're ready.
Atatiana Jefferson. Atatiana Jefferson was a bright, vibrant light. See, Aaron Dean, what you thought when you shot our baby through her heart was that you were going to put her light out. That's what you thought. But I'm here to tell you that Atatiana was that light that refuses to die. While living, she would shine in the darkest situations. She would not only shine to see her way through, but she would shine to light the path of others. But now that you saw fit to take her from this undeserving world, thinking her light would leave with her. That's what you thought. But I want you to go to your cell knowing that her light is only transferred. Instead of lighting rooms she entered, her light is brighter and warmer, just as the sun. And now, she lights the world. So what I'm saying is, Aaron Dean, you ain't stopped nothing. You ain't stopped nothing. I'm sorry I wasted one.
It's okay.
So I'm here to read a statement from my sister first, Amber, who's currently in the hospital. Atatiana was a special super duper helper. She made a way out of no way. She was my shoulder I leaned on and depend on her. She was Zion's auntie. He really loved her because they were so much alike. She was my inspiration. Even when she really didn't have the time to help, she seemed to make a way to do so. She was very informative about the world events. I'm going to miss that about her. She was so hilarious. She joked all the time until our bellies began to hurt. No amount of sentencing would make me feel as though we received some type of justice. Atatiana should still be here. She had big dreams and goals. Zion now feels he is responsible to fill the whole role of his aunt, and he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Because of this, Zion will have a lifetime of needs. Despite his needs, he will become successful. He will become a successful young man the way that his Aunt Tay would want him to be. Waiting these 3 years have not been easy. My panic attacks have brought me to the hospital multiple times, actually flatlining 4 times. Mr. Dean had no remorse, and you could tell by his demeanor throughout the whole court process. The only time we saw a difference is when the verdict was read, and at that time, he looked shocked. My family and I still see this as murder. He came out to do so. Murder was on his mind. Amber Carr. And for me, my sister Atatiana was amazing. Is amazing. My heart breaks daily knowing that my family and the world lost a beautiful ray of sunshine. My sister did not do anything wrong. She was in her home, which should have been the safest place for her to be, and yet turned out to be the most dangerous. She was murdered, and as her big sister, I live every day with the pain that I could not do my job and protect her. I want you to know that we had plans, Aaron Dean, Atatiana and I. New Orleans was supposed to be for her birthday in 2019. We had more concerts to go to, auntie outings with our nephews. I wanted to cheer her on during her long nights of studying for medical school and be an even louder cheerer when she was at her white coat ceremony. I wanted to watch her grow into the successful doctor, making a difference in other people's lives. But I've lost her. We've lost her. She was a beautiful flower just starting to bloom, and she was cut down senselessly. I stand here today on behalf of my mother, who spent her last days on earth overcome with grief and sorrow. I remember when my mother was happy to have the home for her children where they'll be safe, and that their happiness was violated when my sister, her baby, was murdered in the same place. I made funeral plans for my sister from my mother's bedside, and the funeral that she was too sick to even attend. My love for my sister and my grief could never fit into this short statement. But I hope it gave you a glimpse of what we have lost. I have not looked forward to this opportunity of addressing you this year. My thoughts have been preoccupied by my sister and the chaos in our family your actions have caused. When my thoughts do go to you and your family, there was a tinge of jealousy. You see, you get to still see them. But now I just feel pity. It took a year or two to get to pity. It was anger and rage at first. I wanted you to suffer the way we are suffering, the way I suffer. I have loathed the idea of you with your family during the holiday seasons for the last 3 years. Today I have just arrived at pity, not because of the punishment you have received from your crime. You and I both know that that is insufficient. I pity your ignorance. I do not know enough. You do not know enough to be ashamed. You're not self-aware enough to understand your responsibilities for this evil act. You're so puffed up and full of yourself that your excuses you made during all of this, you would never truly repent. You went into an American citizen's home because their doors were open, and you shot a black woman to death in front of an 8-year-old child. You've spent the last 3 years rehearsing your excuses. I hope you spend the rest of your life reliving this moment and discovering all the terrible decisions that you have made during this decision. Your service as a police officer is a permanent stain on the city of Fort Worth. Your 2 years as a cop marked as a low point as policing in Dallas-Fort Worth region. Your only legacy in this life will be the unrepentant murder of my sister, and that will be the punishment you will truly have to face.
He's your prisoner, Sheriff. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I bet you never thought when you got that jury summons in the mail that you would be coming down to do this. Thank you for upholding the highest honor that you have to be to your civic duty. I am going to ask you to retire back into the jury room for just a few minutes. I'll be back with some final instructions, but in your presence, my thanks to 4 people right there. I told you at the beginning of the trial that you would be impressed with the professionalism of the lawyers. I hope you are. They help do my duty and do my job a lot easier. With that, your service as jurors is concluded. Mr. Smith, anything else on behalf of the state?
Nothing to state, Your Honor.
Mr. Brissett, Mr. Gill?
No, Your Honor.
This case is concluded. Retire to your jury room.
Thanks to everyone. We're adjourned.
Ashley's hard, and she forgot to thank the jury. Thank you, but if you would convey that message.
I will do that. Be happy to do so.
Step back. You gotta close the doorway, step back. Step on back.
All right, and this is right outside of the courtroom where many family members and members of the community and friends of the Atatiana Jefferson family have been over the last 2 weeks of this trial since it began on December the 5th. Let's listen in to another member of the community.
Today, that report played out for the whole United States.
Yes, tonight.
And the verdict, although not sufficient for me, Atatiana's death will be a catalyst for change of policing in Fort Worth, Texas.
James, what was your reaction when you heard that the 11 years and 10 months? I know you've been in this hallway for days, waiting, thinking to hear that. What was the first thought that went through you?
I didn't have a thought. I'm still processing it, but the max is what I was looking for, but we're satisfied with the verdict.
You shed many tears over the years over this. You've held this in your heart. What is the measure of this for you now?
There's not really a measurement. There's still work to be done, and Atatiana will help me champion change in the city of Fort Worth.
Justice for Atatiana Jefferson.
So for folks of you that were wondering, that's James Smith.
And you were just...
That was the neighbor who...
the night of October 12th. He called the non-emergency line and wanted a welfare check done at Atatiana Jefferson's home. He has told us before that he has lived with enormous guilt for calling the non-emergency line, thinking that police would show up to help Atatiana Jefferson. He was concerned that her door was open at the time and wanted police to go in and check on her, and instead we now know what happened. Aaron Dean shot and killed her in her home through her window. We heard from several family members who took the stand to give their impact statements. One family member said that Atatiana Jefferson was a bright, vibrant light. She said Aaron Dean did not extinguish that light. Tanya Iser has been bringing us analysis of this trial since the very beginning, along with legal experts alongside her. Your reaction, Tanya?
Hey, this is an extraordinary verdict. I mean, it was extraordinary when they convicted him of manslaughter. He was the first police officer in Tarrant County to be convicted of manslaughter in an on-duty case. We saw this jury deliberate for almost as long as they deliberated in the guilt-innocence phase. And frankly, I was here with my expert, Mike Howard, and we really were all over the map about in terms of like what they might do. Mike, what were you thinking, and what do you think about this verdict?
I was thinking. I shared with the live stream a little bit before the verdict that Amber Geiger got 10 years, and this is a very similar situation. So I thought that 10 plus years wouldn't be surprising. I think The jury clearly, I think, wanted to send a message that sentence is very particular. The 11 years, 10 months, and 12 days. So I think they sent a clear message, right? They sent a message that it would not be probation, and they made it a substantial sentence.
We're going to toss to Lisa Pamplin, one of the attorneys who's talking right now.
Family is grateful. We are grateful that a jury took their time. And that's about it. Fort Worth is going to have to, this is going to calm down a lot of things that could have happened. And I just think that as a whole, as a community, we just need to bring some light to some of the things that's happened in this courtroom during the break here. And there's two different people, two different sides of Fort Worth, and so everybody has to be treated fairly. Being a police officer doesn't give you the right to sit down with your family when you've been in custody and have lunch with your family every day when the Carr family can't do that at all. So I think that should be looked into. Sheriff Wayburn, that's a reflection on how we do different things. And I've tried cases a lot. Never seen this happen before. I've had it where my clients couldn't even touch their parents, their sisters or their brothers, let alone eat with them at lunch. So that's a disparity that's got to be addressed.
We haven't officially heard from the jury, but the 11 years, 10 months, and 12 days, that kind of correlates with the fact that she was killed October 12th. What are your thoughts on that?
I just think jurors usually hang their hat on something, and they sat there and it's like the 11. Everything, haven't quite figured it out yet, but I think they did that on purpose.
Lisa, is this sentence justice for Atatiana?
No, 20 would have been justice. 20 would have been justice. Have manslaughter is justice. It should have been murder, 5 to 99 of life, but it wasn't. So the jury, they had a hard, decision, like I said, and 11 years knowing that this man would not be out pending appeal is huge.
Lisa, going into how anxious were those moments as you kind of walked into the courtroom waiting for that final sentence to be read?
Very anxious. We were very anxious. It's, sitting out here with all these folks every day. It's stressful. And today, when we heard they had ordered dinner, I'm like, wow, they do plan on being here for a while.
When the jury asked for the body cam and general orders, what went through your mind?
Well, they didn't ask for general orders during the guilt innocence phase. Then I said maybe they was going through general orders just to see how many violations he came up with. Maybe giving him a year for each violation. I was just trying to think of anything why they wanted the general orders. I could see the body cam, but I never got an understanding why they needed the general orders.
A lot of times, officers across the country involved in shooting deaths, they're not convicted. What message does this send to the rest of the country?
What it should send, first of all, to Fort Worth is to change their policies. I'm a former police officer, and what R&D did was, it's unbelievable that they had, first of all, 2 rookies side by side. That normally doesn't happen. You should have a more experienced training officer out there, but just everything he did, a common sense approach would have been to knock on the door. Call dispatch and say, hey, do we have a phone number for this residence? Can you get us a phone number? Go talk to Mr. James again and say, hey, do you something. But Aaron Dean is a hard charge.
So we were hearing there from Lisa Pamplin, and basically she has been a court observer here for days. She has been here every single day of this trial, and she is an attorney here in Fort Worth, and she was saying that she hopes that this verdict will lead to some change, that she was upset that there were 2 rookies that responded to this call. Had a more veteran officer been there, then perhaps this wouldn't have happened, that Aaron Dean violated policy. The jury believed that he had violated policy, that he put himself in danger, that he put himself in that situation, that Atatiana Jefferson had a split second, didn't realize that he was a police officer. He says he killed her in self-defense, but the jury thinks otherwise. They think he was reckless in his actions and gave him 11 years, 10 months, and 12 days. That is more than Amber Geiger got, and Amber Geiger was convicted of murder. In this case, he was convicted of manslaughter. Roy Oliver, who killed a 12-year-old Jordan 16-year-old Jordan Edwards received a 15-year prison sentence, and he too was convicted of murder in Dallas County a few years back. So the jury sending what they believe is a significant sentence to Aaron Dean, but others thinking that he should have gotten the maximum of 20 years, that would have been a more appropriate sentence. But this is what the jury determined, and they spent a lot of time coming up with that particular sentence. So, Izzy, that is where we stand here in Tarrant County, and we will definitely get reaction from everybody and bring you more in-depth report later on in our other newscast. Izzy?
All right, our thanks to you, Rebecca Lopez, live in Fort Worth. Speaking of a reaction, it is important to note that Aaron Dean reacted today very similarly to the way he reacted last Thursday when he was convicted of manslaughter. No emotion. So again, a jury has unanimously sentenced the former Fort Worth police officer to 11 years, 10 months, and 12 days in prison for the death of Atatiana Jefferson. We will have complete coverage of the sentence ahead at 4, 5, 6, and 10, along with our social media platforms and online at WFAA.com. For now, I'm Cynthia Izaguirre. We'll return it now to regular programming.
Okay, folks. All
right.
Wow.
So that he can
that
think
was
about that.
That's
sure.
an interesting sentence.
Every day.
11 years, 10 months, 12 days. Atatiana Jefferson killed on October 12th. So that feels
intentional.
That feels intentional. And the only thing I'm guessing about 11 years, maybe they went with 11. Or maybe, Zion's 11?
Zion is 11, so it could have something to do with Zion's age. That would make some sense. It could also just be that they thought, more than 10. They just settled on that number as what they thought was appropriate.
Yeah, it's really, I would be so curious to know how, because the longer it went, the more you thought, are they going to go on the lower end? You just didn't know what they were going to do. I would say this is actually on the upper end.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean,
this is more than Amber Geiger got.
When you talk about Amber Geiger being convicted of a higher degree offense, an intentional and knowing killing, that Aaron Dean got more time. I know it's disappointing for some people. We're seeing some people in the comments saying it was, kind of 20 or nothing, that anything less than 20 was not justice. But I mean, that's a valid point of view, of course. But at the same time, 11 years, 10 months, and 12 days is not an insignificant sentence.
No.
And just thinking back to a few years ago, just the idea of a police officer being held accountable legally at all for a police-involved shooting, it's a new thing. So this is a real step in a different direction, I think.
It definitely is. It definitely is. Let me pull this earpiece out, guys, so I can, because it's still in my ears. Okay, so folks, I was taking down questions. So people were asking about why have the victim impact statements after everything, after the sentence is rendered. Why do they do that?
So that is in the law, that if the victim's family want to make impact statements, they are allowed to, and the defendant is required to sit in the courtroom and listen. Those are usually not on the record, and they are essentially a time to give the victim and the victim's family time to feel heard, to say their piece, to say things that they otherwise wouldn't have said during sentencing. They're oftentimes very emotional, very difficult for all parties involved.
Yeah, the first sister was incredibly emotional.
Yeah.
Her statement was heartbreaking. Talking about Atatiana's light, and this family has been through the ringer over the last 3 years. Oh, that's Rebecca. Hold on a second. Well, let me take the call, because Rebecca I know has. Hey, hold on a second, Rebecca. They took away my mic, so I'm going to put it on. I'm going to put my mic on you. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Oh, no, I was just calling in to, sort of put a button on all this. We waited for a very long time. This jury clearly was trying to send a message, and I wonder, how, well, the deliberations, I wish I was able to hear, like, how they reached this verdict, but that 10-12 is definitely a significant number. That was not done by accident. And then you've got the 11 years, which means, obviously, he's not eligible for any kind of appeal bond, and he will have to do prison time.
No, yeah, no, he's and Mike, people are asking how long he's going to have to spend in prison. Like, when does he come up for parole?
So the norm on these cases is he's going to have to do at least half of the sentence. He would be eligible for parole after half of the sentence. This type of case, he can also serve the entire sentence. So if you're convicted of a lower level offense, then you're eligible for parole much earlier at about a quarter of the sentence, and then there's a maximum cap of that sentence. You don't end up serving the entire sentence on a drug possession or something like that. For manslaughter, for murder, you're going to do at least half of the time, and you can do the entire sentence.
Rebecca, what's the mood at the courthouse right now?
Oh, well, there's a lot of moving parts. There's deputies that are out on the floors. They're waiting to escort, obviously, the family, and there's a lot of the spectators that have been in the courtroom and supporters. I'm standing by some of them. They're actually hugging and feel that he is going to prison. I mean, this one woman that has been there every single day, she's smiling and she's hugging other people. She seems like she's, happy about this verdict, and that he will actually come and did not get probation. I think that was a big relief for the people in the courtroom. So there are, deputies here waiting for the Dean family and Atatiana Jefferson's family to leave the courthouse. And I'm told that there will be a press conference at about an hour after the verdict was read over at the family's home. That the family's going to do a separate press conference.
And people are asking Mike if his time on bond counts for time served.
No,
yeah, go ahead.
no. Put simply, the time served. What you heard the judge say to him, that's a script that they say in every case. You are legally entitled to all of the back time the credit for time served on that case, but that only applies for time he spent in jail. So when he was arrested, however long he was in jail until he posted bond, that time he gets credit for. So the time on bond does not count.
I think he bonded out very, very quickly. I want to say he didn't do any time. It was a very short time.
Rebecca, did you get see any reaction from his family?
No, I haven't seen them. Typically, they walk through this hallway. That's where they've been. When I saw them coming through, when the verdict was about to be read, they were very solemn. They just had blank look sort of on their face. The mom did seem a little emotional. She seemed teary-eyed. Obviously, the weight of all of this is on both families as well, So they walked into the courtroom, and there were people yelling, and they were trying to get into the courtroom. But I have not seen them leaving at this point. So.
What do you think of the Tatiana sisters' victim impact?
Oh, that was very emotional. This family has really restrained themselves inside the courtroom when they've been hearing the testimony. In fact, the judge commended both families for the way that they've not reacted emotionally inside the courtroom. They have been very, professional, very respectful to each other, and I think that her statement was her way of finally speaking what she has felt in her heart, and that Atatiana will live on, that she did not get, her light was not extinguished, that her light will shine on. I thought that was probably one of the most, powerful statements that she made that. And Tanya, I mean, how crazy was it that we were live again, and I'm standing here and I hear this screaming coming out of the courtroom, there's a verdict, and I went running in there, and then shortly after we started seeing all the family and deputies and all of that activity in the courtroom, and the judge giving only a 10-minute notice before that was read. I think that was also done by design for security reasons.
Well, I just want to say that's why people should watch our live stream.
Exactly. Both verdicts, I happened to be live and heard it going down. So, but yeah, no, it's I think that there's a relief. I think some people obviously wanting the 20-year maximum, and the fact that he did not get that. But again, as y'all were saying earlier, he got more time than Amber Geiger, and she was convicted of murder, and a little bit less than Roy Oliver, who was also convicted of murder. But he'll have to do prison time, and I think that is a relief for many of the people here.
Okay. Well, Rebecca, I want to let you say goodbye to YouTube jurors. Anything you want to say to them before we start the long wind down? It usually takes me about 10 minutes to wind down, but I want to start winding down so I can go home to my kid.
No, just I'm thankful that they watch us and they listen to us, and we try our best to bring you the most accurate. And I feel like I'm doing a promo here, but no, honestly, I'm glad that people are watching us for these events, because they are important. They're important to our community. They're important to the family. Some of them will bring about change in policing some of these cases. I mean, they do. They are significant and they are important, and I am glad that people are watching.
Well, thank you, Rebecca, and I will talk to you again soon, okay?
Okay.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah, so, I really think this jury just, I know some people are frustrated that it wasn't a higher sentence, but I can't emphasize enough how historic this is.
Yeah.
This is Tarrant County, folks.
Right. Tarrant County is a conservative county. Typically more trusting of police and typically siding with police. I don't want to say reflexively, but just people that grew up taught to respect and trust in the police, that the police are there for you. And that being the starting place of a lot of these jurors, the fact that they were not only convinced that he was legally responsible, but also convinced to give him a serious sentence. It's not insignificant.
And they chose to give him a sentence that had 10, 11, 10, 12. The 10, 12 clearly has to be related to the date of her death, the date of her killing.
Yeah, and that's not something we see. State verdicts are usually 10 years, 12 years. It's very
actual precise precision.
Yeah. They of course can do that, but it's usually federal sentencing where you see 512 months or something like that. But usually we see round numbers to have a very specific date. It's very clear that this jury was trying to send a message. They were trying to say something impactful with that.
Yeah, that's fascinating to me. In fact, when the judge started to read it off,
I took notice immediately.
I was like, "Whoa,
that's different."
And then you and I kind of looked at you like, "Okay, well, this means something."
Mm-hmm.
And I like I said, I don't know if the 11, maybe it's for Zion, maybe 11 is just 11.
Right.
But they also made sure that he got a sentence that he can't get an appeal bond.
Right.
He will go to prison. He can appeal, but he's not getting out on bond.
Yeah, so
they made sure of that.
Some of the comments I saw questions about, do we know what facility he'll go to? So let me just kind of explain how this process works. From this point, the simple answer is no. For security reasons, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, TDCJ, does not want anyone to know where a defendant is going, because in the old days there were jailbreaks and family members or whatnot might try to go break somebody out. So for security reasons, they don't tell anybody. What's going to happen is he's going to be held in the Tarrant County Jail until he is sent to a processing center at TDCJ.
And then that'll show up on their website eventually.
Yes, and so what happens is he's going to go to a facility. He's going to be in that facility for a time for going through what's called the classification process. Due to the fact that he's a former police officer, I'm sure he's going to be in a protective custody, administrative segregation environment. But they go through, based on a person's background, based on a person's sentence, based on their mental health, all of that, what is an appropriate level of a facility, and then from that they will send him to his permanent home. And once he arrives at that more permanent facility, that's when he goes up on the TDCJ website. And that's usually, this is a conversation I have with defendants' families all the time, because that's usually the first time the family really knows where he is and has a chance to visit him. So that'll probably be some time.
Well, his whole world's about to change. The reality of what he did is about to hit home.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, and
maybe it hit home this weekend when he got to spend the weekend in jail.
Right. Yeah, I would think that was eye-opening, but no, I can only imagine at this point going to TDC, that entire experience is going to be eye-opening, and it's going to be life-changing. And it's obviously life-changing for his family, just like it was life-changing for Atatiana's family. I think it's important to remember, while we as a society want to see justice done for both sides, both of these families are forever impacted, and neither one of these families asked for anything like this. So my heart goes out to really everybody involved, to both families, to the lawyers involved. I know how difficult all this can be and how much everyone involved carries with them.
Yeah, and it was a hard-fought case, and I know. Well, I don't actually know the prosecutors in the case, but I do know the defense attorneys, and all of the attorneys in this case are all very good and worked very hard, and that's the system we have. And I think in this case, the system worked.
Yeah, and I sometimes see people say nasty things about defense lawyers or nasty things about prosecutors, and it's important, like you just said, it's important to remember that our system only works when everybody does their job and does it competently, does it professionally, does it seriously. And so I agree. I think the lawyering in this case was excellent on both sides, and the jury took their job very seriously. The judge, had a trial that was open to the public, allowed all of us to see this so that we could have faith in the system working.
Because we wouldn't have the YouTube jury without live
without
stream.
that. Right. So yeah, you've got to remember that.
Somebody's asking if the gag order would now be lifted. It has to be, right?
Yes.
I mean, because it's automatically, because it's over.
Now that it's over, the gag order can be lifted, and both sides can speak. Every lawyer's a little different on that. Some lawyers are more apt to talk to the media. Some just don't. So we'll see.
And now the appeals begin.
Now I cannot imagine the defendant wouldn't appeal. I think that's automatic. It is automatic unless he waives it. And I think there are some interesting issues. I'm a defense lawyer as a job. I see it from that perspective. I can certainly see some interesting appellate issues. I think the change of venue is going to be a big issue. Whether or not that ultimately gets overturned on appeal is I think anybody's guess. But I definitely think it's going to be something that's going to be litigated.
What do you think that, if you were talking about appeal points, what's going to be the case they're going to try to make on appeal? Obviously, change of venue.
Change of venue, their ability to get a fair trial. That is the heart of a change of venue when a case is this. When a case is this public, there are a couple of arguments. One, that the media coverage and the public knowledge of the case is so pervasive, right, that the defendant can't possibly get a fair trial. But then also, when tempers flare, when people show up and protest, and like we heard allegations earlier on that video clip of
the Manuel Mata situation,
people making threats, right, to the family, to possible witnesses. The defense argument there is going to be, that affected our ability to put up a fair defense for the defendant. I'm sure there are other points of appeal. I didn't get to watch the entire trial, but anytime a judge lets in a certain piece of evidence over a defense objection, or doesn't let a piece of evidence that the defense wants in, that sort of thing, those are all issues for appeal. And then there probably also would have been some motions ahead of time, arguing for this to be kept out or this to be allowed in. Those, if the defense didn't get their way, those would also all be points of possible appeal.
Yeah, and I think that the big point of appeal is going to be the question of whether or not they met the elements of the offense for manslaughter.
Yeah.
As the lesser included, because we know, I know based on my sourcing that it was the prosecution that wanted that added, and so above the objections of the defense, and so that's going to be the interesting question.
And that is, this is just another example that highlights how different these cases are, because it's almost always the defense that wants a lesser included. The defense almost always wants to give the jury some middle ground.
Didn't the defense in Geiger want the lesser included?
Yeah.
I think so.
That's my memory. And so, yeah, it's
believe so.
usually usually prosecutors have the decision of, do we want to go all or nothing, or do we want to take our chances? It's not usually the prosecution pushing for a lesser included, and it usually is the defense. So it just really shows that these cases are unique. That this defense thought very clearly that, and they were setting up a possible appeal, that they're either going to prove it on intentional knowing or they're not. And if they don't, we don't want the lesser, because if they would have agreed to the lesser, there's no appeal. There's no appeal on that point.
And Geiger was a different case because, both of them, Sean's not armed at all.
Right.
It was...
And she was clear that it was she definitely intentionally shot. So there was no question about that.
And I remember when they convicted her of murder, I thought, they're going to hammer her in sentencing. And of course I was wrong, because I'm always wrong. I mean, when it comes to juries, I'm always wrong. I've acknowledged that. I never get it right. And I don't know if that's just because, you try to read the tea leaves on these juries. And were you surprised, though, that they came out with that the sentence was where it was? I mean,
on this case or on Geiger?
Yeah, on this one, yeah.
Yes, but not completely shocked. I mean, I was saying I thought 10 plus wouldn't be shocking, but I wasn't going to commit myself to picking a number. So it's not like I can say that I knew exactly this would happen. But no, I don't think it's shocking. I mean, I think it's a illustration of how similar this was to Geiger. In some instances, obviously in others, they convicted of manslaughter, so it's certainly not. But we talked earlier about how Geiger had done a really good job, and the defense team did a really good job of humanizing her, of showing her humanity, whereas Dean, didn't show kind of any remorse and gave himself a B and, kind of came off as...
He did not come across well.
Right, came off as flippant and then of course all that did was confirm the testimony from the forensic psychologist that he was arrogant and narcissistic, etc.
If he testifies well, does he get a lower sentence?
I think so. If he testifies well, he might get a not guilty all the way across the board. I mean, because so much of a jury, especially when the defendant testifies, it's, do we believe this person?
Do we like him?
Right. Well, and we like to say, we hope that it's not a popularity contest, but the reality of the situation is we believe people that we feel like we can trust, and we feel like we can trust people that we liked. And so that's very common. So I think if he gets up there and does a fantastic job and is adamant that he thinks he did nothing legally wrong, but shows contrition and remorse for the horrible thing that happened, I certainly think he gets a lower sentence. He might walk altogether.
Somebody was asking if we think that the judge would have given him a longer sentence. There's no way to know that.
There's really no way to know. I could see it really going either way. I don't know.
Somebody was asking about Daryl Brooks. So that's that Waukesha, Washington case. Guys, I don't think I know enough about that case to even try to compare it. I'd have to go read up on it. I remember this is the guy that drove into the crowd up in.
Oh, okay. I remember that case, but I didn't remember that name. Yeah.
It's. I have a memory of it, but it's obviously outside my area, so I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to it. So, in your mind, if you were trying to figure out why they ended up where they ended up, what do you think it was?
I think it's the body cam footage. I think the testimony you highlighted earlier about the cone of glass, her not having glass on her hands, which shows that her hands were not in front of her holding a gun. And I think it's the way he testified, the B grade, those things.
And he's stuck with it.
Right. Yeah. And, look, I don't want to be overly judgmental here, because I professionally know how difficult it is for a person to get on the stand and they are scared, they're nervous, all the spotlight's on them. People sometimes say dumb things when they're under pressure. So, I don't want to be overly negative, but as a professional, I can also say that a jury is listening to every word. They're watching your face, and when you say something like that, this is why generally defense lawyers are very nervous about their clients testifying, because every word choice, every tone, every facial expression, it's all being scrutinized.
Sorry, questions were rolling pretty fast, and people are asking questions, and I'm trying to. Sorry, guys. People are asking about how long will he actually serve. He's got to serve at least half of it before he's even eligible for parole. And there's no guarantee that the parole board will grant him parole.
Right. The parole process is discretionary. It's discretionary on the parole board. So he will first be eligible after he's served half of his sentence. He will come up for parole, and that is the decision of the Board of Pardons and Parole. It is very common for people to not get parole on their first time, and depending on whether they show remorse and what their behavior in prison is like, sometimes they don't get parole at all. It just kind of depends. And when someone loses their life, it's of course even more common for people not to get parole.
So somebody's asking, how long does the appeal take?
It's going to take at least months. In a case like this, although this wasn't a extremely long case, the first thing that happens is the court reporter is going to have to get the entire court transcript ready, and that takes time. The court reporter has been doing their best to transcribe this, but they have to go through and re-go through all of that and make sure it's accurate. That process, once those transcripts are ready, then both the defense and the state can start reviewing them and using them to make their appellate arguments. That appeal then gets sent. So the defendants would be making the appeal.
I think in Geiger it's taken about 3 years.
Exactly.
And she's finally through that process.
Right. And at least that first appeal will oftentimes take the better part of a year and a half. And it's because one side gets to make their argument, the other side gets to respond. Sometimes the appellate court wants more information, so it's going to take a while. And then of course there are multiple levels of appeal that a defendant can take.
So Aaron, who was on the other day, Aaron Hendricks, YouTube jury folks will remember her. She says 10-12 seems symbolic, and Mike and I would agree with that. She said the 11 to me means we are sending you to prison, and there is no chance to recommend probation, but we acknowledge you were reckless and likely didn't want, in all caps, to kill that woman, so we won't give you 20 like the state asked.
Yeah. I think that's right. I know Aaron well, and I think that's as good as any of us can come to try to read
Aaron,
their mind.
Yeah, I mean she's a very knowledgeable attorney, and I had her. She was on. I can't even remember what day of the week.
Right, they all run together at this point.
Last week. Somebody's asking about Geiger. Did Geiger testify? Did she testify during punishment, or was it just during guilt innocence?
I don't want to say it with certainty, but I think it was just during guilt innocence.
I can't remember. I've slept way. I think it was just during guilt, because I don't feel like you want to put somebody back on the stand the second time.
No. Especially when, as a defense lawyer, especially when you're saying I'm not guilty, it's just incredibly hard for a person to then pivot and show contrition, because in that moment the person is shell shocked that they've been found guilty, and then also you don't want to say anything that's going to spoil your appeal or make it worse. It's kind of a devil's conundrum. You're in a bad position.
Somebody's asking, will someone be held accountable for allowing Dean to be hired as a police officer knowing that he was a risk?
So that's certainly going to be a focal point of the civil lawsuit. As I understand it, there's a civil lawsuit that's pending through the civil courts now. I have to think Dr. Kyle Clayton's evaluation of him is going to be central to that case. The argument being that he was unfit for duty and they knew it. I'm sure the city is going to come back as their defense and say, well, there was an appeal process and 3 other psychologists took a look at him and gave him a clearance. So, we'll see. We'll just see.
Melissa wants to know, do we know for sure if the 11 stands for Zion's age? No, we don't know. That's educated speculation. I feel certain 10-12 means the date of her death.
I think so.
I feel certain about that.
I think 11, we're all guessing. Now, the lawyers are probably, if the jury stuck around, the lawyers can talk to them. And
are they going back there to talk to them, you think?
I would, if I was the defense, I would want to understand. And frankly, from the defense standpoint, you might want to know, did any misconduct happen? Because that could be a point for appeal. So you want to go back there and find out, and they may very
Did they
well
go read something they weren't supposed to read?
Right, exactly. Because
Yeah.
all that sort, were they discussing things that they were told not to? Was someone saying something, bringing in information that they shouldn't have had? All of those things would be possible points for appeal. And at this point, that's one of the things the defense has to be focused on.
People are asking about him not being placed in handcuffs. Well, I mean, when he's in the courtroom, they're not going to have him in handcuffs in front of the jury.
No.
Obviously, when he's, being transported to and from the jail, he should be in handcuffs.
Yeah, that's the common practice. The common practice is going to be while you're in the courtroom and the trial is proceeding, they are not in handcuffs unless they have done something to show that they are a danger or a flight risk. I have had exactly one client that I've tried a case with where they were cuffed and they were shackled under the table so that no one could see it. And that was a situation where there was a flight risk. There was something that had actually happened that created concerns for the community. Aaron Dean being on bond, it throughout the case to this point, to the point he was found guilty, he would of course not be handcuffed. And then once he was in custody, he is not going to be handcuffed when he's in the courtroom. Once the trial ends, the jury streams out, it would be common for them to go ahead and place him into handcuffs and take him into the holdover cell.
Okay, so somebody was asking what. Sorry, hold on. I'm trying to Somebody's asking the special lockup facility for former cops or just a protective custody at a normal prison. I'm not sure if TDCJ has a special lockup for cops. I don't think they do.
I can't imagine there's enough officers in custody in one given point that they would have a special, facility or wing. I think it's going to be. I'm speculating here, but I think it's going to be just another factor to consider for somebody who's going to be placed in administrative segregation is what they call it. Protective custody is what most people think of, but the word TDCJ uses is administrative segregation. So,
yeah. So I'm not aware of anything like that. I'm sure there's something. They definitely not going to have them in general pop.
No, he would not. He would absolutely not be in general population, just because that's a danger. Not only it obviously poses a danger to him, but then of course that danger to him then poses security risk for the jail. It has the possibility of creating chaos, and of course other people, guards, other inmates could get hurt in that chaos. So no, they would absolutely have him in administrative segregation.
Now people are asking about Dean eating with his family today. Rebecca had said that they had taken food in the courtroom, and then when there was a bit of a controversy, they left with the food. I'm not clear if they were going to eat with him or what the deal was exactly. Yeah. She wasn't clear, and so we want to be, careful about.
Yeah, we didn't hear anything that was definitive saying we saw him eating.
Yeah, I mean they didn't. They left with the food, and
it was pretty quick.
And so, anyway, all right, guys. Well, we are going to wrap it up for the day. I really appreciate our YouTube audience, our YouTube jury sticking with us through this trial. And Mike, thank you for pinch hitting today.
Absolutely. Glad to.
It would have been, without you, it would have been hard just because it's helpful to have a legal expert to help walk us through the things we're seeing and why they're happening. And I do hope you'll join us the next time we do it.
I'd be happy to.
Every trial I have, there's always something crazy that happens. And so, anyway.
Definitely keeps us all on our toes.
It's definitely. Well, my 10-year-old is at home, and I'm going to go spend time with him. And so we're going to wrap it up here. You saw it, that Aaron Dean got 11 years, 10 months, 12 days, and clearly a symbolic meaning behind this jury's verdict. And please be watching Channel 8. We'll have continuing coverage of this at 4, 5, 6, and 10. And join us on the next trial. Thank you.